We continue with the Naruto novel with the name Deidara Invites Me to Akatsuki. Chapter 181. That kind. Who is it? Is he also a master shipbuilder? As soon as they heard that they were looking for newcomers, the eyes of the group of people instantly flashed stars, shining a golden light. Orochimaru, Yefen, what kind of person are you going to find to get in? Let me explain in advance that Yamato's craftsmanship is actually not bad. If you find a guy who can't even use a wooden shield to get in, don't it will change the status quo. Why not use your hands to hammer on the nails? Yefeng smiled slightly. Of course I know, what I am looking for is not something simple, I am looking for a wolf. Hearing this, the entire shipbuilding site was stunned. Grandpa Madara, hey. Yefeng, what are you kidding? Why did you bring the wolf here? Kakuzu, Laozi has lived so long, this is the first time I've heard that wolves can build ships. Naruto, could it be another wolf from another world? A group of people were shocked. Only Hinata, as if thinking of something, turned and ran. Hey Hinata, what are you doing? Little Sakura grabbed Hinata. She thought the other party was scared when she heard the wolf coming. Hinata blushed and said shyly, Yo, I'm going to find some meat for the wolf. Little Sakura. Naruto, you're too considerate. Even the wolves haven't come here yet. Yefen walked over in 2 steps and said lightly, don't be so troublesome, the wolf I found doesn't eat meat. Although he really wants to eat meat, he hasn't eaten it for decades. Now he has already switched to a vegetarian diet. That's right, the wolf Yefeng is looking for is the great wolf in the famous domestic fantasy, ancient costume, martial arts, fairy tales, mythology, court, resistance war, time travel, history, and epic nice goat. And big wolf. Not one of the most powerful wolves in all the heavens and worlds. Naruto couldn't contain his curiosity. Hey, Yefeng just needs to figure out what kind of wolf he is. What kind of wolf doesn't even eat meat? Yefeng snorted slightly, and then smiled meaningfully. Speaking of this wolf, that's amazing. It is the strongest wolf in the entire 2-dimensional world. It can cook, wash clothes, and it can drive a car, fly a plane, drive a yacht, and fly a spaceship. He is a grandmaster with many types of Wing Chun, Taekwondo and other martial arts. He can run long distances, soccer, hold a ball, baseball, and various sports. He is a grandmaster in all kinds of cooking, nutrition, and excellent cooking skills, and is good at making vegetable salads. He is also a grandmaster in mathematics, physics, and chemistry, with an IQ of 888. His practical ability is very strong. He can mass-produce nuclear bombs with a hammer and a screw, and an aircraft carrier with a bunch of scraps. As long as he's given enough time and motivation, he can even build a time machine. His temper is so good that he never fights back when he is beaten and scolded by his wife. He is the best man in the world. Someone even wrote a song for him called Merry Big Wolf. He is a good husband to his wife and a good father to his son. That's right, he's Big Wolf. After hearing what Yefeng said, all of Xiaoqiang, Konoha Dead Man, Whitebeard Pirates, all looked wide-eyed, beyond shock. With so many abilities in one body, is this a fucking wolf? What wolf can have so many abilities? Do wolves still cook? Do wolves know martial arts? What kind of wolf is this, so heaven-defying? Deidara looked, what a powerful guy. Are you sure he's a wolf? Naruto, a wolf of this level is no longer a wolf. This should be the master of the ninja world. Hashirama, Madara, how well did you understand what he just said? Grandpa Madara, I half understand, but I feel like this wolf is stronger than you, Hashirama. Yefeng nodded, accepting Madara's words. As we all know, the world of Pleasant Goat is a grotesque and illogical world. Martial arts, sports, cooking, science fiction, fantasy. As long as you can think of items, we can create them for you. Take technology for example. In terms of technology, Ching Ching Grassland's technology can even blow shit out of the Light Realm's technology. What size of pills, transformation belts, obedient beans, invisibility potions, spaceships, nukes, aircraft carriers, spaceships, artificial suns. The only thing that can compete with Big Wolf's invention is probably Doraemon. And in terms of martial arts, Ching Ching Grassland also has a dozen masters, whose strength is not inferior to the average Chunin or even Jonin. 0. Looking for flowers. For example, in Yankin, there is a legendary hero, De Yang of the western regions. This guy turned a great knife into perfection. He saved Pleasant Goat and the others as soon as he appeared on the stage, and beat Big Wolf to death. In addition, there is a bright red flower seal on the head of the sword and the sheep in the western regions. This is like the Zaraki Sword 8 skin, the ultimate dragon seal sticker of a ghost dragon in the family. Whenever you encounter danger, just take out the red flower, the sword, and the sheep of the western regions will instantly burst into force. The gods block and kill the gods, the Buddhas block and kill the Buddhas. On the side of the Wolf clan, there are also cage-level powerhouses. The most eye-catching powerhouse should belong to Yang Zhan. He is a personality Zhang Yang, a top-notch schemer and sheep killer. A few years ago, he killed thousands of sheep by himself, nearly exterminating the local clan of sheep. Qian Yang Zhan's famous trick is his fangs, because Qian Yang Zhan was once bitten by a mad dog, so as long as the sheep bitten by him are bitten by a sucking zombie, he will completely obey his command. And in addition to the talents of both the Wolf clan and the Goat clan, Ching Ching Grassland also has an ultimate assassin, the eccentric world boss Marshall Hay. Dark lightning, genetic light, teleportation. Don't mess it up too much, just the pain transfer DAFA that can transmit the pain you've suffered to other living beings with dark power and electric current, as the wielder can be compared to the Star-Cross group in Shinigami, Godless Empire No. 1. The second major, codenamed Hugelin Hasward, competes against his skills. And above all of them, at the top of the Wolf clan, is Big Wolf. Although Big Wolf seems useless, but there is a key point that other Wolf masters can't understand. That's technology. Much like Orochimaru in the Hokage world, Big Wolf has mastered core technology. The entire Hokage has reached the later stage, so many people were killed or injured, and even in the next few decades, when Naruto married and had children, most of the strong men were gone, only Uncle Snake still. She was radiant, maintaining a youthful attitude, and still how to live younger and younger. Which is the reason? Just because Uncle Snake has mastered the core technology. Can technology change destiny? Since that wolf is so powerful, quickly call him, Yefeng. That's right. Watching a wolf build a ship, it's very exciting to think about it. After learning that Big Wolf is so amazing, a group of small powerhouses couldn't take it anymore, looking forward to meeting this divine wolf. With a man of God like Big Wolf, are you still worried about not being able to build a ship? It is estimated that Whitebeard and his ships will not be called ships in the future, they will be called aircraft carriers directly. Well, you guys wait here, I'll go to Ching Ching Grassland. With a wave of Yefeng's hand, a huge black cavity instantly unfolded. Yefeng entered the black cavity without saying a word, and then went to the world of Ching Ching Grassland. Not much. Yefeng found Big Wolf, who was cooking in the wolf fort in the Ching Ching Grassland. After explaining a few words, before Big Wolf found out what happened, Yefeng dragged him directly to Konoha village. 707 town here. A group of people waited anxiously. I don't know what that guy called Big Wolf looks like. I really can't understand it. A wolf, how can it build a ship? Isn't it all 4 feet lying on the ground? Is it operated by the tail? Maybe there's some kind of ninjutsu or something. Naruto, are you an idiot? That's a wolf, how can a wolf use ninjutsu? On the Konoha side, a group of people scratched their heads and couldn't figure out what kind of creature Big Wolf was. But the Whitebeard pirates had a clue on their minds. At this moment, 4 words appeared in everyone's mind: fruit for everyone. The guy named Big Wolf probably ate ginseng fruit, then upgraded, possessed a human IQ, and walked no longer on 4 legs, but on 2 legs. If this is the case, then maybe you really can build a ship. While everyone is anxiously waiting. Finally, from the other end of Haikyang, 2 nearby footsteps came. Then 5 seconds later, Yefeng came out of the cage first. Behind him, a grey wolf figure suddenly appeared. A group of people looked wide-eyed to verify. They saw a simple-minded grey wolf-like animal with bushy eyebrows, large eyes, a full chin, a patched yellow hat, a scar on its face, and an everted navel, appearing in front of them. Big Grey Wolf. Is this the Konoha village you were talking about? Big Wolf, who was forcibly stopped, sniffed his nose and looked at the crowd with a puzzled expression. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. This guy is Big Wolf. It's too far from what I imagined. I thought he was a very fierce guy, but he didn't expect to be a short melon like me. Why do you walk on 2 legs? And why does this guy look so miserable? That's right, and even the navel is everted. Aren't you afraid of being knocked over? Seeing Big Wolf appear, Naruto, Deidara and others immediately rushed over and looked up and down around Big Wolf. Big Wolf. You're Big Wolf. Ha ha ha, it turns out that Big Wolf looks like this, it's really unexpected. Why do you look so funny? You look like a dude. As soon as he arrived here, he was directly observed by the crowd, and then ridiculed. Big Wolf was a bit big. Hui Tailang spread his hands and glided the 2 of them. Wait a minute, I haven't figured out what's going on now. Are you the ninjas and pirates that Yefeng said? Let me take my time. Let me take my time. 5 minutes later, Big Wolf, who was stunned in place, finally understood what was going on. It means that Yefeng summoned me to help that creature called Whitebeard build a great ship, right? That's the way it is, you will take us to play in the future. I heard from Yefeng that you have so many talents, couldn't you go to heaven if you remove 2 of them? Deidara and Naruto groaned and groaned, sticking a hand on either side of Big Wolf. If he really is as powerful as Yefeng said, wouldn't the future be fun? Deidara asked, Boss Big Wolf. I heard that you are married? And you are a strict wife. Naruto, Big Wolf. Yefeng said that you can drive a car, fly a plane, know martial arts, and make a nuclear bomb. Is this true? Little Sakura, Big Wolf, what are planes and nukes? Orochimaru, Mr. Grey Wolf, I'm not afraid of your jokes when I say it. I really want to see the transmission technology. Seeing that everyone is like the stars supporting the moon, they usually throw themselves to the ground. Big Wolf made a sour face and sighed deeply. Don't listen to Yefeng's nonsense, I am just a useless wolf who can never catch sheep, a wolf who puts the entire wolf clan to shame. Big Wolf's words are not out of modesty, in terms of racial status, it is a waste. As a wolf, his status is the same as Tomcat, he will always be bullied by his prey and unable to stand up. Not to mention catching sheep, it's already a miracle that Big Wolf can survive under pleasant goat's clutches until now. After catching sheep for so many years, Big Wolf has been repeatedly defeated, and he almost came up with the idea of washing his hands in the golden basin. I can't catch sheep. Is that why you switched to vegetarianism? Grandpa Madara immediately connected Big Wolf's words with his characteristic of not eating meat. What is the situation? Aren't you a wolf? Why can't you catch sheep? Hey. That's a long story. Big Wolf's legs weakened and he sat down on the ground. With an embarrassing face, stubble under his chin, and that tattered hat, he looks like a frustrated middle-aged uncle. Hey, you don't know, although I, Big Wolf, have the ability to make a nuclear bomb with my own hands and develop a photolithography machine with my own hands, I still have nothing to do with those guys in Yankin. It's too much miserable to be able to defeat me, woo woo. What? The sheep beat the wolf? Holy crap, are you serious? The sheep beat the wolves, doesn't that sound like Danzo beat the first generation? Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato looked at each other and knew there was something to it. The wolf is the natural enemy of the sheep, have you been defeated by the sheep? Nice goat? What kind of sheep is that? Big Wolf did not speak in a hurry, but only pouted and showed the development to everyone. Almost all of them are scars, abrasions, 0.5 burns, frostbite. It's almost like being abused. All of this is made by Pleasant Goat. What kind of sheep is that? The devil. Big Wolf shook his head with a sad face. It's not all caused by him. My wife's frying pan hit me on the head, I was bitten by a piranha under my buttocks, and the rest were caused by Pleasant Goat. But to be honest, I will be hit by my wife beating up, and being bitten by piranhas, all because of him. FK. Everyone was stunned. It's really strange that a sheep can mark the wolf all over the body. Damn it. How can there be such a sheep? It's too much. That's right. How could a sheep bully a wolf and beat up Big Wolf so badly? Uncle Huaytalang is a good man at first glance, but does he want to be bullied by sheep? This is unbearable. A group of Xiaoqiang was extremely angry. The pirates next to him also clenched their fists, filled with anger. Who is that nice goat? How could he do something so shameless? Yeah, what the hell did he do to you? Speak up. We'll avenge you. Seeing a group of people filled with righteous indignation, Big Wolf was slightly moved for a moment. He has been humiliated and wronged for so many years in Qingqing grassland, and he has never suffered for anyone. Don't complain, every time I see him go home empty-handed, his wife will serve him with a frying pan, and if he can't catch sheep, his countrymen will call him a coward. In general, it's a shame. Big Wolf seems to be full of talents, and his whole body is full of hacks, but in fact he is very miserable and bitter. I didn't expect these guys to be willing to listen to me complain right after meeting them today. This is so touching. After wiping away his tears, Big Grey Wolf looked up at the sky and said with a melancholy face. Nice goat, and those guys from Yankin are my mortal enemies. They have bullied me for more than 10 years. Now I am a joke in the Green Meadow. Although I have several inventions in 2009, he breaks them every time, and I am always the one who suffers. Tell me specifically. Grandpa Madara also came over. To be honest, I was very interested in what happened to the wolf. If possible, he might even help and kill that guy named Pleasant Goat. Big Wolf looked at Madara, swallowed nervously and said. For example, once, the entire Qingqing grassland suffered from drought for a long time. It had not rained for several months, and there was no water in the rivers, ditches, or ponds. I studied at home for a whole month without closing my eyes, and finally found a dark cloud, and then used scientific means to make a prop. As long as water is used as a primer, it can make it rain. But at that time, there was no water in the entire Qingqing grassland, so my wife reluctantly parted with her and poured her precious perfume on the cloud. I thought that I would succeed soon, and the Qingqing grassland might rain, but the cloud just when it started to rain, Pleasant Goat and the others took Yoon with a rope and took Yoon to Yankin, raining all over the grassland, but not giving us Wolf Castle FK. Hearing this, a group of people at the scene hardened their fists. This is too much. The nice goat is obviously a steal. Too bad. This nice goat is too shameless. Big Wolf, Another time, to catch sheep, I put a lot of locusts in Yankin, and then the grass in Yankin was eaten and all the lambs ran out. I thought I could catch the sheep that time, but he fell into the trap from the pleasant goat and the others, and was hung from a tree by them to beat him up. At first, I thought that this matter would end like this, but then, who knew that Slow Goat invented the herbal potion, which made the grass in the village grow back, and Pleasant Goat and Slow Goat actually used those locusts for genetic modification, let them eat only wolf meat. And eat it until they die. The bite wounds on my body are left behind by those locusts. My grass. Deidara and Haydn couldn't contain themselves when they heard this and burst out in foul language. This is too much. Are those guys really sheep? He feels more vicious than humans. Big Wolf also nodded in grievance, and then continued. Stayed up too late again, myopia became very blurry, but even so, my wife asked me to catch sheep. I had no choice but to put on a pair of crude glasses and bite the bullet, but even in the heyday, it was hard for me to catch sheep, and now I'm nearly blind with no eyes. The nice goats quickly figured this out, and led other lambs to make a fuss about my eyes, making fun of the great big wolf who couldn't see clearly. For example, he hit me with a stick, he hit me with a stone, and finally he even took me to the edge of a cliff, making me tread the air and fall. After hearing this, even second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who had always been calm, felt a bit uneasy. This is so cruel. Is this nice goat really a sheep? It feels more poisonous than the Uchiha clan. Another time, when Ching Grassland held a sports meet, Yankin needed to choose a torchbearer to carry the torch. As the village chief, Man Yanjiang's biggest wish was to be a torchbearer. It could be some other guy of opponent, so he cheats. Unfortunately, I caught the slow sheep cheating, but instead of repenting, he set my tail on fire with a holy fire and gathered a group of lambs to beat and knock me out. In the end, they tied me and the flame to a rocket, and they launched it into the sky at the opening ceremony of the sports meeting, setting me off in fireworks. Lie. After hearing Big Wolf's complaints, the group of people no longer knew how to scold them. At this time, Konoha Xiaoqiang, the villains of the Akatsuki organization, and the Whitebeard pirates on the scene were furious, their fists clenched tightly. Done, this is too intimidating. This nice goat is so hateful. I really want to kill him. Pleasant Goat is the biggest villain in your Ching pasture. I must kill him. Otherwise my anger won't go out. Kakuzu and Haydn were so angry that they were mean too, they had never seen Pleasant Goat so bad. Even if they bring evil people like this, it's just a knife and a knife, giving people a good time. But Pleasant Goat is like that, it is completely deliberate to play tricks on the poor. It is clear that every time you have to kill Big Wolf before giving up. 040 Yefeng, do you make the decision for him? Konan took a deep breath, held back her anger and tried to remain ladylike. He didn't expect that he would only hear the excitement, but he would end up with a covered chest due to a wolf. So kill Pleasant Goat. That. Big Wolf shook his head, thinking that he had an auditory hallucination. What did you say? What? Please say it again. I'll help you kill Pleasant Goat so you can eat lamb, what do you think? This. Big Wolf was so scared that his legs became weak. He has been in Ching Grassland for so many years, and to be honest, he had countless thoughts to kill Shi Yang. But in the end it all ended in failure. Big Wolf doesn't even have this thought anymore. Every day when he goes out, he only asks not to meet Pleasant Goat and the others, or if he does, he hopes they treat him more lightly. But Yefen. Go straight in and kill Pleasant Goat? That's right, don't rush to build a boat, go to Ching Grassland first and sacrifice the blood of Pleasant Goat and the others. Hearing Yefeng's words, the people on the scene suddenly became emotional. Everyone raised their hands and waved their fists to show their follow-through. Kill the nice goat. Revenge for Big Wolf. Get rid of this big villain in Ching Ching grassland. Yefeng was in a good mood. Killing Pleasant Goat wasn't because he was ruthless, but Pleasant Goat deserved to die, and he also felt worthless to Big Big Wolf. Big Big Wolf basically has no flaws, except for a bit of greed and arrogance. For a wolf, there is nothing wrong with being greedy to catch sheep, and Big Big Wolf is so capable and talented, why can't he be arrogant? On the other hand, if you look at Pleasant Goat, you need strength but not strength, and you need character but not character. Every time he defeats Big Big Wolf with some despicable tricks, not only defeating others, but also playing a trick on them, they are simply a bunch of devils. Yefeng, Yankin has bullied you for so many years, it's time for revenge, and everyone else has no objection, right? Follow me in Yankin and sacrifice the Pleasant Goat with blood. After finishing speaking, Yefeng's eyes were fixed, and he directly opened a huge black cavity. Even if the world of Ching Ching grassland will give Pleasant Goat infinite luck, but they are people from the outside world and can easily destroy their world setup. If Pleasant Goat isn't caught and skinned alive today, his name won't be Yefeng. This Big Big Wolf looked at the large group of villains behind him, swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. Can I discuss it with my wife first? As expected of the best husband in the universe, it is at this juncture that Big Big Wolf really wants to consult his wife before making a decision. No problem, go and bring Red Wolf here. Big Big Wolf rushed into the black cavity. And at the same time, Ching Ching grassland, Wolf Fort, and Red Wolf were sitting on the diamond-encrusted throne painting their nails when suddenly the door to their house opened. Grey Wolf. Why don't you open the door properly? With such force, do you want to break the door? Red Wolf did not go through any other procedures and began to scold directly. Wife, what are you? Big Big Wolf. I tell you to go out and catch sheep. Where are the sheep? Grey Wolf was so scared that his legs trembled. Old woman, my wife, please listen to my explanation. It took Big Grey Wolf about 3 minutes to clearly explain the current situation to Red Wolf. You mean there's a big guy willing to help us catch sheep? Red Wolf couldn't be more excited. After feeling wronged for decades and being bullied by Yankin for decades, the time has finally turned. With Yefeng's golden thigh, the Yuan family can finally be proud. They no longer have to be bullied by Yankin, and they no longer have to be looked down on by their peers. Wife, Master Yefeng has gathered a large army and is ready to hunt sheep at any time. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Yes, my lord. Big Big Wolf put both feet together, stood up, and waved. My wife's words are an absolute order, an imperial decree that cannot be disobeyed. He then turned around and ran towards the black cavity, and approached Yefeng and the others. Yefeng, let's go. I have my wife's permission. For some reason, Big Big Wolf felt a bit nervous. It may be that the Pleasant Goat has taunted them for decades, and they have been scared and created a psychological shadow. Hundreds of times before, Big Big Wolf was full of confidence and felt that he could catch the sheep. But in the end, not a single sheep was eaten, all failures. Well, since Big Big Wolf has made up his mind, all the staff will be in place. Follow me to the Ching Ching grassland and take out Yankin. The entire group of villains, led by Yefeng, broke through the black cavity and reached Ching Ching grassland, the gate of Yankin. Visible to the naked eye, Pleasant Goat, Lazy Goat, and Beautiful Goat are still happily playing outside of Yankin. In stark contrast to the miserable Big Big Wolf. Big Big Wolf, I'll lend you something. A white light suddenly flashed in front of Yefeng, and a black blade appeared out of nowhere in his hand. This one is called Tensa Zanjutsu. You only need to hug him and greet Yankin a few times, and the rising sky will blow up all of Yankin. It's not a problem to directly kill Pleasant Goat and the others. Big Grey Wolf nodded solemnly. Then take the Tensa Zanjutsu and get out quickly. Conan leaned forward, is it okay to let him lead the battle? Yefeng, this is Big Wolf's private matter, he should solve it himself. Yefeng has just finished speaking. Given. With the sound of rushing footsteps, Big Wolf is back. Almost. Big Wolf's speed shocked a group of people. It worked. Conan asked. Big Wolf made a sour face, lowered his head, and became the decadent uncle 10 minutes ago again. Phew. Big Wolf sat on the ground, his hands were drooping, his hat was askew, and he looked unpleasant. I cannot do it? That? Are you saying again that I promise not to fuck with you? Looking at Big Wolf's anguished look, patched up cap, and decaying little stubble, Madara asked in disbelief. I cannot do it? I'm afraid they'll retaliate again. Big Wolf's tone was sad, he looked at Yefeng's eyes and felt very embarrassed. Forget it, I'll go. Grandpa Madara couldn't sit still. He wasn't angry at Big Wolf's reaction, but he felt very sad. Sad and pathetic. Big Wolf has been bullied so much that he's already suffered from PTSD. If you're scared before you start fighting, you're just a scared bird. With a dark face, Madara stepped forward and walked towards the Yankin gate. Which one of you is called the nice goat? Defend me. A group of little fat sheep were laughing and playing happily. After hearing this strange voice, everyone stopped what they were doing in surprise and turned their heads. Who are you? Pleasant Goat looked at Grandpa Madara and a large group of villains behind Grandpa Madara, Nyo Haozhao, and subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Don't worry about who I am, I'll just ask, who is Pleasant Goat here? Pleasant Goat frowned, although he had a lot of guesses in his heart, he still subconsciously nodded, I am Pleasant Goat. Oh, it's you. Grandpa Madara nodded thoughtfully. So. Susanoo shot out with her right hand, swung the knife directly, and cut Pleasant Goat in half. Immediately. Blood splattered everywhere. Pleasant Goat was decapitated and died suddenly on the spot. It all happened so suddenly that people couldn't react. Not only Big Wolf, but even Lazy Goat and Beautiful Goat were dumbfounded. Dead. Nice Goat, is Nice Goat dead? Pleasant Goat was cut in half. Mother. The sheep in the entire Yankin were scared and stupid. Pleasant Goat can be said to be their spiritual leader, guiding them through various difficulties and obstacles along the way. When Grey Taro dealt with them before, he faced great difficulties countless times, making life and death decisions. But Pleasant Goat narrowly escapes death each time, and has been alive until now. But now, he cuts it in half with a knife. The sheep's head rolled to the ground, and the blood kept spraying, it was already dead. Hello, Nice Goat. What's wrong, Pleasant Goat? Get up. A group of little lambs couldn't believe the facts before them, thinking that the Pleasant Goat was joking with them. Big Wolf next to him was also dumbfounded. Pleasant Goat, who had been teased countless times and made him miserable, did she really die like this? For this Lord Madara, he will be hacked to death? Right now, Uchiha Madara is obviously not having enough fun. Susan in her hand waved the blade casually, and then turned her head to look at Yefeng in surprise. This is the so-called Zhou Yang? He doesn't feel as powerful as you said. Everyone also nodded in unison. I heard what Big Wolf said before, it was so miserable to be punished by Pleasant Goat. They thought Pleasant Goat was such a powerful guy. Perhaps the strength of a cage-level powerhouse still exists. As a result, looking at it now, it is unbearable to read chapter 91. He was hit by Madara with a single knife. These sheep are very dangerous. The main reason is that you killed them too quickly. They haven't shown their strength yet. Yefeng complained silently. Then the next second, the boiling sheep ran up. Bastard, bring Pleasant Goat back. You killed Pleasant Goat, I'll kill you. The boiling sheep rushed towards Uchiha Madara's body and continued to pound its fists. Grandpa Madara had a dark face, allowing the little lamb to pummel him, unperturbed in the slightest. Because it doesn't hurt at all. Sheep are beasts after all, not ninja beasts or summoning beasts in the ninja world. No matter how strong the beast is, it doesn't have much attack power. Have you had enough trouble? Grandpa Madara lowered his head and looked at the boiling sheep nonchalantly. Bastard, bastard. At this time, the boiling sheep did not feel the danger at all. They are still there according to their usual style. Next second. Whistle. Another family cut. Madara Susanoo directly cut the boiling sheep from the top of the head to the feet, cut it in half on the spot. Big Wolf was, ajeb, stupefied. This is the most powerful Yankin, who has directly bullied him several times before. Dead too? He was also hacked to death. Suddenly, none of the sheep at the gate of the entire sheep village could calm down. The pleasant goat and the boiling goat can be said to be the two strongest sheep in their entire sheep village, but now they have been killed one after another, one cut horizontally, the other vertically, and both sheep were cut in half. They died miserably. Where dare they wait? They all used their desperate strength to escape. Oh my God. The nice goat and the boiling goat were cut to death. Runs. Big Wolf has found a helper to attack Yankin. For a moment. A group of little fat sheep that were still grazing at the gate now ran away screaming. Grandpa Madara turned his head to look at Yefeng. Do you want to chase? Yefeng rolled his eyes. Nonsense, we have come here, why don't we take two sheep back with us? Many people here are still waiting to eat mutton hot pot at night. A group of pirates nodded wildly. Good boy, talking sheep, I don't know how he tastes. So I'll go in and kill him. Yefeng nodded, well, that's right, you don't want to kill that beautiful sheep, but keep it alive and roast it. Beautiful Yang, who is it? Ching Grasslands #1 green tea. Speaking of this beautiful sheep, Yefeng also hardened his fist. This sheep is completely synonymous with green tea intrigue. I like to be flirtatious and hypocritical. For example, these little lambs have been caught so many times, and they have gained experience in being rescued. But as soon as Mei Yang was caught, she began to cry in all kinds of fears and hypocrisy. Can't you be calm? She doesn't mind any occasion, and she feels mentally retarded. She just wants other sheep to pay more attention to her and let others save her first. The city is quite deep. Also, Pleasant Goat likes to dress up more. It's normal for girls to like to dress up beautifully, but every time after dressing up, Pleasant Goat will be asked if she's pretty. I'm pretty? Nima, aren't they all the same? The hairstyle has not changed, even if you are ugly, you still like to show off and compare yourself. When you get caught with Red Wolf, you can compare yourself to Red Wolf and brag until your face turns red. Coats of famous brands, gold necklaces, diamond rings, beautiful sheep and sheep. No gold and silver jewelry to show and compare? And Mei Yang has one of the most disgusting hot spots, which is the scum girl. I already like Pleasant, and I am still so close to Bo Yangzi, and I know that Bo Yang likes him, but I don't know how to avoid suspicion, so I don't agree, I don't refuse, and I like to order Bo Yang to do it. Make. Carrying Pleasant Goat on her back and giving the scarf to Boiling Goat, what's the difference between this and the irresponsible Sanwu scum girl? So Boiling Yang, a licking dog, and Mei Yang, a green tea, are a match made in heaven, and they'll be boiled in a pot of soup tonight. 2 minutes later. Grandpa Madara crossed his arms and took Susan Gundam to Yankin because of the braggadocio. Then began a frenzied siege. These guys in Yankin certainly have some skills. For example, Man Yang, an old village chief who is proficient in core technology, has invented many accessories to defend himself against the enemy. What kind of cannons and freeze guns have been brought out? If you were an ordinary ninja, like Deidara or Haydn, who was naked and had no defensive skills, you might encounter some problems. But for Madara in a Susanoo, what kind of fucking weapon is that? It just doesn't work. He directly pushes all the way, sweeping the audience away. Whistle. With a single blow, the entire village chief's office was sliced to pieces. Slow Sheep was hacked to death on the spot. Brains splattered, body and head separated. I trust Madara. Be careful. The brains are edible. Naruto cried out in pain. A group of pirates is also heartbroken. But why does Madara care so much? Keep sweeping. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. Without the 2 dung sticks of Pleasant Goat and Boiling Goat, Susanoo's felling in Yankin is completely crushing. Push all the way, meet one and kill one. In just 5 minutes, all the sheep in the entire Yankin village were killed by Lord Madara. Yefen hurried over. Where is the beautiful sheep? Grandpa Madara, I don't know, you can find it yourself. Yefen quickly searched the ruins for a while. Then I found a beautiful sheep that had been cut into pieces and made into a paste. Damn it, didn't I tell you not to kill first? Green tea sheep like Mei Yang Yang should be roasted alive. Humph, everyone eats lamb anyway, so life and death are the same. Grandpa Madara snorted coldly. Yefeng spread his hands. Okay, then the beautiful goat will be kept for frying, the nice goat will be steamed, and the slow goat is too old, so it will be used to make soup. After inspecting the scene and confirming that no sheep escaped, Yefeng picked up his watch and found that it was almost time for dinner. Naruto, Deidara, you two come and clean the lamb. Ino, little Sakura, go get firewood, and then go Yankin to clean those pots and pans, and let Big Wolf eat meat today. As soon as this statement came out, goosebumps ran all over Big Wolf's wolf body. What? Open meat? Could it be? Hot pot of mutton? Ah. What else can it be? Big Wolf was so excited that he almost knelt down to Yefeng. Sheep, 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 lambs. Can I eat lamb? Can I eat lamb today? Brilliant. Big Wolf cried bitterly. Lamb stew is a strange but familiar dish. Big Wolf doesn't know how many times he wants to try it. Since the day before he lived in Ching grassland, he had fantasized about eating mutton hot pot countless times. It can be said that, in order to eat a meal of mutton hot pot, Big Wolf has spent half his life painstakingly, trying his best, and his old life is almost at stake. However, I never ate it. By fighting wits with Pleasant Goat and the others before, Big Wolf has caught the sheep in the pot many times, cooked the bottom of the pot, and put the oil on the plate. Even several times, the water was almost boiled, but the lambs ran away. I haven't eaten lamb hot pot, just drink some of the lamb's bath water to make a tooth sacrifice. But today, at this moment, he, Big Wolf, is finally about to eat the first hot pot of lamb in his life. Long life. Great, I can finally eat lamb. Eat sheep, eat sheep. I, Big Wolf, can finally eat sheep. Long live. Long live. Big Wolf instantly revived with full blood, standing on the spot and jumping up and down. Hoorays flowed all over the place. But jumping and jumping, he seemed to suddenly remember something, and his face suddenly turned serious. Well. Excuse me. Can I call my wife too? That's right, Yefeng slapped his thigh, I forgot about Red Wolf, go call and bring your son with you, I won't be sick today, let me ask you. Back in the crowd, Yefeng found Kakuzu, the head chef of the Xiao organization. Kakuzu, today's mutton hot pot is up to you. Kakuzu's face turned black. Why me? Aren't you always the one cooking at the base? If someone else cooks it, wouldn't it be a waste if it doesn't taste good? This is Pleasant Goat's meat, which is very precious. I've become a handyman. Although he was very upset, Kakozu did not dare to resist. After explaining for a few minutes, they both peeled the nice goat with Naruto and the others. As soon as he saw the white leg of lamb and the fat lamb, Big Wolf's saliva immediately spilled out, and he rushed up. Lamb. It's lamb. Let me have a bite first. Broke. Before Kakozu found out what was going on, when he saw someone coming to snatch his food, he slapped him. What is the situation? Big Wolf clutched the green bun to his head, feeling a bit like a world away. Wife? No, he was hit by hand. Looking up, it was Kakozu punching him. Big Wolf almost didn't cry. They blamed me at home, and they'll blame me here again. Why am I so sad? Calm down, then why are you so anxious? Yefeng comforted, you are an animal that walks on two legs, how can you eat raw meat? Don't leave a psychological shadow on our children, okay? Oh. Big Wolf sat down again, in fact he was too impulsive at the moment. How can you jump on the lamb when you see it? I should feed my wife first. Kakozu is familiar with the path and directly set up a pot in the Yankin ruins. Fire-style Fire Dragon Ball technique. Kakozu ignited the flames as he opened his mouth and spewed out a flame. He originally wanted to continue using water style to boil lamb, but after thinking about it, he forgot. After all, it was the water spit out of her own mouth. He didn't dislike her, but others definitely wouldn't. I took a bucket of water from the river and put it in a big iron pot. Kakozu puts the oldest sheep to boil. Lamb can heat the medium and nourish the deficiency, nourish the medium and nourish the chi, appetizing and apt, nourish the kidney chi, nourish the gallbladder and improve eyesight, cure fatigue and cold, 5 births and 7 injuries, but the smell of mutton is too strong, many people can't accept it, so not even willing to eat a bite. 0. Looking for flowers. But for those who can eat lamb, this taste is not a smell but a fragrance. Kakozu explained as he stirred the pot. Konan, Naruto, and Deidara went to the desk to sniff it and instantly frowned. Tastes so good. Is this the oldest village head sheep? Kakozu, have you washed it? Shouldn't pleasant goat be used for stewing? Why use an old sheep for stewing? Naruto, you idiot. The stew must be stewed with the old ones, otherwise the flavor isn't strong enough. A group of people is noisy. Although this smell is a foul smell in other people's noses, but for Big Wolf, it is simply the best in the world, Kaiyan Yao's good wine, so fragrant that it drools. What a great leg of lamb. Big Wolf looked at the fat leg of lamb on the plate and swallowed, eagerly wanting to jump on it and bite into it. Don't worry, I killed so many sheep today, I recommend that you have enough to eat. Besides making mutton soup and mutton hot pot, make some mutton sashimi, roasted whole mutton, stir fry with seasonal vegetables, hot haggis. Call me what you want to eat. Under the frenzied spectators of a group of people, the fish began to fry the lamb. Swish swish swish. The lamb is sliced thin like cicada wings, and the thick lamb is pan-fried in the pot with spices. The smell of lamb dissipates in an instant and turns into a thick yet intense yet layered aroma. As soon as they smelled it, let alone Big Wolf, little Sakura and Ino couldn't help but swallow through their mouths. This guy's cooking skills are quite strong. Hashirama couldn't help but sigh with excitement. Haydn leaned forward, of course, our Kakozu's cooking skills are the strongest in the entire organization. Just stir fry, and they are even stronger than those master chefs in big restaurants. Humph, it's just some very simple things. As Kakozu spoke, the pot over there was already boiling. Crush the lamb bones, add spices, vegetables, broth, and cook over high heat. Even Yefeng couldn't help but cheer after a quick series of operations. Nima, as expected from a man who has lived for more than 90 years, the craft is not built. I also live to be over 90 years old, look at Madara, let alone cook, it takes a lot of effort for him to peel a piece of fruit. During the years of living in the cave, I was still cared for by Black Zetsu and Obito. Can't compare. You prepare the dishes yourself. There is coriander, chili oil, oyster sauce, chili powder. Well, the essentials are garlic, onion, and ginger. Without these two, eating lamb will be tasteless. 3. Kakuzu pointed to the side. These are the ingredients that Big Wolf took out of the castle of lambs. Speaking of matching plates, Big Wolf is more professional than anyone here. Because he prepares delicious lamb every time, and carefully arranges the dishes every time. As a result, lamb was not eaten once, and all the dishes were eaten. Big Wolf has been eating the dishes for over 10 years and has learned a lot. Come, let me help you. Put less salt and more coriander. Put the chili in a separate bowl, otherwise the flavor will be too strong. Big Wolf 413 arranged everyone's plates. His craftsmanship is unquestionable. In the absence of mutton, how to eat the taste of mutton by simply relying on a pot of mutton bath water, the dish is very particular. A few minutes later, the bottom of the slow-boiling goat pot boiled, and Yefeng took half of the beaten lamb from a nice goat and put them one by one. A large table of people immediately gathered and started chatting. When he sat down at the table and put a piece of meat in his mouth, Big Wolf still couldn't believe it. This is meat. This is delicious lamb. And it's the meat of that damn nice goat. Did you really eat it yourself? Whoa. It was so touching. Big Wolf cried while eating. The lamb that I have been thinking about for over 10 years is finally in my mouth. This is live sliced lamb, it won't suddenly jump out of the pot and run away, nor will someone break through the roof to get in and take the pot with them. This is truly mouth-wateringly delicious lamb. Honey, come. The slow-brewed sheep and sheep-old soup pot, you have a sip. Big Wolf flipped his hands like lightning, put a few pieces of thick fat mutton into a bowl, picked up a large bowl of hot mutton soup, sprinkled with chopped green onion, sprinkled with salt, and brought it to Red's mouth. Wolf. Hey, husband, you have worked hard for so long, and you can finally eat mutton. I didn't marry you for nothing. Red Wolf also burst into tears. Man, how old is he? Have they passed 70 or 80 times, at least, to go to the room to make soup? Every time there was an accident, every time the lambs escaped. Now I can finally eat lamb for real. The meat of this enemy tastes delicious. Big Wolf is really a good man who loves his wife. Little Sakura, that's right, I really want a husband who is so considerate. Everyone's chopsticks rumbled, and half an hour later, the entire Yankin mutton was wiped out, and everyone's mouths were greasy. This is my first time eating lamb. It feels pretty good. Little Sakura, this is also my first time eating lamb. Naruto, hey, what a coincidence, this is my first time eating lamb. Deidara said, this is also my first time eating lamb. Big Wolf didn't stop talking, he chewed all the soup and bones in his mouth and said vaguely, are you trying to catch my lines? Beiji, this is obviously my first time. Let's eat lamb once. Little Sakura, Kakuzu, I didn't expect you to be so ugly, and your craft is so good, why don't you stay in Konoha village as a chef in the future? A group of people talked and laughed. But in this moment, as Whitebeard, who eats the most food and has the strongest physique, he looks gloomy and can't get up. Hey, what's up, Papa Whitebeard? No appetite? Hashirama bowed with a rosy face. In addition to eating mutton at this time, he also drank some wine, and now he is in a good mood. Hey. Whitebeard sighed heavily. The lamb is delicious, but the old man suddenly remembered his two unworthy sons. It would be great if that ace guy was there. Listen to the name. The group of pirates present quietly put down their wine bowls, and their expressions turned dim. Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Not long ago, he was framed by Blackbeard, and now he's been caught by Marine, and soon to be publicly executed. Hearing the conversation of a group of people, Yefeng twitched his ears and bowed. What's up? Have they caught Ace yet? As someone who has seen One Piece, Yefeng certainly knows Ace's plot. Blackbeard kills the crew, eats the dark fruit, and is chased by Ace, but Ace loses to Blackbeard and is instead captured and sent to naval headquarters. There will soon be a public execution broadcast live around the world. And Whitebeard is going to lead the pirate group to attack the entire naval headquarters. That is the legendary Summit War. Yeah, that kid that Ace missed. Whitebeard drank and talked about the old days. A group of people also gathered to listen to him explain to Ace. After hearing it, everyone felt sad. After all, the old man Whitebeard has been with him for a long time, and he is still very kind. Seeing him so alone, I still feel very distressed. Hey. After all, it's all your fault, Yuzu. Yefeng took a big sip of wine and said with drunken eyes. Huh? Where is the old man wrong? Yefeng, your mistake is that you underestimated the power of the face fruit. Hearing this, not only Behu 0.6, but also a group of pirate subordinates were dumbfounded. What? Yefeng? What is the face fruit? I have never heard of such a fruit. Whose fruit is this? Is it related to Ace's capture? A group of people was arguing. Yefeng was shocked. Damn it, you guys don't know the fruit of the face. Everyone collectively shook their heads. I don't know. Is there such a fruit? Yefeng, I'll go. Of course I will. Shanks' red-haired face fruit, don't you know? It seems Shanks lost his hand for nothing. Coughing twice, Yefeng was not in a hurry and started talking nonsense in a serious manner. The so-called face fruit is the redhead ability of one of the four emperors. It can make any creature, even the sea, give the person with the ability a face. Listen to this. Not only Whitebeard and others, but even Hashirama and Madara are extremely confused. What the hell? Expensive. And the skill can improve the face? Under the surprised eyes of a group of people, Yefeng continued. After eating the face fruit, you will get a lot of face. In most cases, the other party will give face and make concessions, and as long as the face is given enough, the face fruit will give certain rewards to those who suffer. But if the other party insists on not showing face, they will suffer different degrees of blows, and serious cases may even lose their lives. Oh, I see. Will you suffer if you don't save face? Naruto clenched his chin and nodded thoughtfully. He believed it. Naruto is easy to fool. Konan rolled her eyes. I think that's bullshit. What about you? Little Sakura, do you need to ask? When I heard the name Fruit of Face, I knew Yefeng was talking nonsense. How could someone use the face as a weapon? Deidara, Yefeng's ability to talk nonsense is getting stronger and stronger now. If I hadn't been in a ninja school for a few years, I would really believe it. Haiden, Yefeng, I believe in your evil. Can 09 be serious? Ino, that's right, Whitebeard is so sad. What you're talking about here is nonsense. Seeing a group of people jeering, Naruto looked up in surprise. Isn't it? Why do I feel like it's true? After Naruto finished speaking, Hashirama also added. Ah. So it's fake? In fact, I believed it just now. A group of people were shocked. Sure enough, there are two well-known Dahanan in Konoha village. Can it be fooled too? Humph, Yefeng sneered, and raised his head dismissively. Idiots, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. If Shanks doesn't have face fruit, can he have a 2.9 billion bounty? Little Sakura, is this true? How big is 2.9 billion? Kakuzu, the Akatsuki organization has never made so much money. Whitebeard nodded. This old man can testify that there are indeed so many rewards for red hair, and each reward of the 4 emperors is an astronomical figure. Yefen, Whitebeard, don't listen to these people talking crazy, you are the person who knows Shanks best, you must know that he really ate the fruit from the face, right? Whitebeard, although the old man knows him, he doesn't know much about him. Can you explain in detail? Yefen took a bite from a bowl of mutton soup and hurriedly, Usopp's father is Usopp, and he is a very powerful sniper. When Red Hair was not very famous, he specially found Usopp as his partner, and then when I got to the little island where Usopp lived, I said to Usopp, please come be my mate. I hope you can give me face, and then Usopp left his figure and got on board with him. Whitebeard, it seems there is such a thing. Yefen, another time, Luffy of the Straw Hat Pirates was kidnapped by bandits and tied to the sea. Then, when a Poseidon was about to eat him, Redhead bit off his left hand to save Luffy. At that time, Redhead he only said the word scroll to Poseidon, and it scared Poseidon. Do you think he has a great face? Marco was excited, I remember this. The boy in the straw hat seems to have decided to become a pirate at that time. Shanks also left him that hat at that time. Yefen nodded with satisfaction. And there's another point, have you noticed? When Shanks rescued Luffy, he was swimming in the sea, right? Generally speaking, how can people who eat devil fruit swim in the sea? Except for one guy of fruit that can do it, then it is the fruit of the face. After eating the fruit of the face, even the sea will give him face, let him swim to his heart's content. Speaking of which, the atmosphere of the entire mutton hot pot scene became a bit hazy. Especially those pirates. Should be. They've never heard of such a thing as a face fruit, and it's unheard of, and now they're hearing it and finding it amazing. But Yefen just told about several important events of the red-haired Shanks. There are some things even Whitebeard doesn't know. Information with such a high degree of authenticity should not be fabricated by him. So there really is a possibility of facial fruit. Those people who were suspicious just now suddenly became a bit uneasy. Little Sakura, is it true? Isn't Yefen talking nonsense? Ino, is there really a fruit that saves face? It's not possible. How can you still have such an absurd ability? Does that mean you can walk on water as long as you tell me to save face to the sea? Conan, The atmosphere is becoming more and more confused. Now everyone is a little insecure. Whitebeard's expression froze, and he frowned, hearing what you said. It seems that after Blackbeard escaped, the red-haired Shanks once negotiated with me, asking me to stop Ace from hunting down and killing Blackbeard. He said to me he asked me to give him face. Little Sakura. Deidara. Conan. Nima, there really is. Yefeng smiled strangely, that's right, Dad, it's because you didn't give the redhead face, and the negotiation failed in the end, so you were punished with the face fruit, which led to Ace's arrest. If you don't face the 147 again, go follow if Marine fights, your entire pirate party will even die. 1. Whitebeard, Musk, why is the power of this face fruit so terrifying? Shank's ability is too powerful. Jaws, no wonder he thinks the redhead has no strength. After a long time, it turns out that there is such a scary devil fruit hidden. Thatch, does this thing look scarier than the dark fruit that Blackbeard's bastard stole? A bunch of pirates are almost afraid to pee. Face fruit. Whitebeard has failed the redhead several times, will they suffer in the future? Yefeng took a sip of the mutton soup, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. These pirates may not know that before the Summit War, Kaido of the Beasts wanted to take the opportunity to attack the Whitebeard pirates, but was stopped by the red-haired Shanks. To stop Kaido, what else is there except face? And those who don't show face will have bad luck in the end. For example, Sig did not give the red-haired face, bullied the red-haired, and was finally swallowed by the Sea King. The Sea King gave no red-haired face, biting off the red-haired's left arm, and was beaten to death by Luffy 10 years later. The Summit War in the original book, that root is the fruit of the red-haired face, vividly expressed. Because Akainu gave the red face during the Summit War, the truce stopped fighting, so 2 years later Akainu obtained the red face fruit buff and became the marshal. Although the Grand Prize Kizaru ignored Red Hair's face, and even chased after Lugo's submarine with the 8-foot Kyanguyu, but Red immediately raised his hand when he came out on stage, expressing that he would not chase after it, which was considered as giving up. Half-face, and the merits and demerits were compensated. So 2 years later, his official position will not change, he is still an admiral. Only King Z, Summit War directly ignored the red hair, did not show his face, and used the Ice Age to chase Lugo's submarine, but suffered bad luck 2 years later. Not only did Akainu break his leg, but he also lost his position of admiral. Sengoku and Garp gave the redhead a face, stopped fighting, and retired 2 years later. Sengoku and Lugo were also able to reminisce about their beloved disciple Kora-san, which shows how nourishing these 2 years have been. In Shichibukai, Don Quixote da Flamingo and Gecko Moria did not face the redhead, and they fought. They both lost the Shichibukai title in the end, one was defeated by Luffy and sent to prison, and the other lost his partner again. However, Hawkeye, Boa Hancock, and Bartholomew Kuma, who flipped heads but folded, maintained their Shichibukai status, while also earning a certain amount of heads up. For example, Hawkeye accepts Zoro as an apprentice, Mei-jun and Luffy are friends. Kid did not give red hair face, he formed an alliance with APU and Hawkins, and prepared to challenge Red Hair, but before meeting Red Hair, he met Kaido of the Beasts. After being defeated, he was badly injured and almost dies. However, APU and Hawkins directly betrayed Kid and took refuge in Kaido. Buggy the Clown gave the red-haired face and handed the straw hat to Lugo. After 2 years, his power increased tremendously, and she turned around and chanted directly, becoming a Shichibukai. Although Blackbeard had a lot of grievances with Red Hair, when he was on top, he wisely gave him the red-haired face. 2 years later, his power also increased greatly, and he became the new 4 emperors in one fell swoop. Of all the signs, the redhead fruit of the face is extremely powerful, not everyone can afford it. So once you meet a redhead, you better give him some face, otherwise you don't know how he died. So, what to do now? Are you leading us to attack what naval headquarters? After listening to everyone's conversation, Madara naturally made this assumption. Because according to Yefeng's urination, such an easy opportunity to cause trouble, he will definitely not miss it. Definitely take them to the Marine group fight? Dragging his chin, Yefeng nodded thoughtfully, well, it's definitely going to be a fight, but before that, there are 2 things that need to be done first. What 2 things? First of all, we need to build a ship, and it is a very large ship with extremely powerful combat effectiveness. It is better to be an aircraft carrier. Secondly, Whitebeard needs to be strengthened. He is dragging the body of an old man, and he is too weak. He should at least regain his youth, right? Hearing this, Kunhai's expression was a little horrified. Restore your youth? You're not talking in your sleep, are you? Do you still have a way to restore youth? A group of people were stunned. You must know that birth, old age, disease, and death are the laws of the biosphere, and no one can escape. Even if you eat devil fruit, you won't be able to age. And even Lugoji, the strongest pirate king in the sea, got sick in the end, so he was deliberately caught by Marine and died. Yefeng's expression was calm. We have many ways to restore youth, but... Having said that, Yefeng paused and looked at Big Wolf next to him. To talk about how to restore youth, the first thing is to use Conan's drug, APT's 4869. But this medicine has risks. Because this drug was originally produced as a murder poison, the reduction of Conan and Hebra is entirely a chance event. Others who took the drug almost all died suddenly. Another way is to let Orochimaru transplant Senju Hashirama cells into Whitebeard. But this approach also has risks. You must know that when Captain Yamato was transplanted, there were a total of dozens of sample individuals, and in the end he was the only one who was successful. Also, first-generation cells only enhance vitality, whether it can rejuvenate the body is still unknown. So, the safest way is Big Wolf. Let him do it. You can always trust Big Wolf. Perhaps he had the accessories to make people rejuvenate in his hand. Big Wolf, I'll drop the 2 things I just told you. I think you'll be fine with building the ship. The only difficulty now is rejuvenating Whitebeard. Can you do it? A group of people nervously looked at Big Wolf. Before Yefeng reached Qingqing grassland, he blew Big Wolf into the sky. He said that he is the strongest wolf in the universe, grandmaster of various abilities and technologies. Now I really want to see if he has this ability. Rejuvenate? That's no problem. Big Wolf responded very calmly, and Orochimaru next to him sprayed on the spot. Hey, you hear that? We're talking about rejuvenation, not something else. Orochimaru added excitedly. But Big Wolf is still calm, I know, isn't it just to make people look younger? No problem. Orochimaru surprises the whole family. Nima, what's up? Is this wolf so cruel? You must know the rejuvenation technique, even if it's him, he hasn't researched it for decades. But now this wolf comes with his mouth open? The device for rejuvenation exists in my laboratory. Come with me. Big Wolf seemed calm, and then led everyone to Yangbao, to the underground laboratory. Good boy, the moment Orochimaru saw this lab, he felt defeated. Various complex instruments, test tubes, culture equipment. Big screen, small screen. Various materials, samples. How many blocks from his laboratory? Compared to Big Wolf's lab, Orochimaru's lab is like a dump. Hey, Wang Hao, aren't you a sheep? Why are there so many advanced instruments? Orochimaru leaned forward in surprise and asked. Big Wolf rubbed the back of his head embarrassingly, and then said timidly, hey, because I want to catch sheep, those little lambs are too smart, and I can't catch them with ordinary methods, so I can only continue to invent new technology and new accessories. But despite this, I was defeated by them every time. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Good boy, this Big Wolf has caught all the sheep and turned him into a scientific expert. Have you ever heard of someone catching sheep, catching them, and even researching rejuvenation technology? After hearing Big Wolf's motivation, Orochimaru felt that these decades had been wasted. White did the research. After going round and round for so long, I still carry out research with the original intention of exploring life and the true meaning of ninjutsu. As a result, he is not as thorough as someone who caught sheep and casually studied it. Complete failure. Do a physical examination first to see if there is any disease in the organs, otherwise there will be problems when you return. Grey Wolf directs Whitebeard to his exam room. Although Whitebeard had great doubts in his heart, he saw that Yefeng and Orochimaru trusted Big Wolf so much, so he entered. He doesn't know if he can rejuvenate. But if you can really rejuvenate, then things will be much easier. What the fuck, Navy Admiral? Nobody can beat him. If he really gets younger, he will directly drive the boat to the naval headquarters and kill those Navy leaders. Not long after, Big Wolf officially began operations. I saw him standing in front of the instrument and continued typing on the keyboard. Whitebeard's physical data is displayed on the screen. Well, there's a problem here, and there's a problem here. Here. Big Wolf wore glasses, and while checking the data, he explained the situation to several of Whitebeard's family members. Just like a doctor in a hospital. What? Does it mean that there is nothing good in our father? Is there something wrong with all the internal organs? Father just said, tell him not to drink so much wine, what can you do now? A group of pirates 457 is in a hurry. Whitebeard was old and should have retired, but for little ones like them, he still insisted on being paraded into the sea. Have you ever seen an old man in his 70s or 80s who spends his days wandering the sea without his grandson at home? It's not because these subordinates are incompetent and can't even find an heir. Marco said with a worried expression, Mr. Hui, Mr. Big Wolf, can our father be saved? If these organs are not usable, can we use our own? As soon as these words came out, the other pirates nodded as well. That's right, use ours. Each of us donate a little, and we will be saved. Big Wolf smiled slightly, then shook his head and said, it doesn't need to be so troublesome, aren't they just internal organs? I can make a lot of them by casually cloning them. After finishing speaking, Big Wolf rustled and played the keyboard again. Whitebeard was then sent to another huge container for sampling. After a few minutes, everyone heard the sound of cracking and falling objects. Big Wolf ran up and then came out with a big basin. I saw all kinds of organs inside, heart, lung lobes, trachea, liver, kidney, small intestine, large intestine. It's like the pigs just bought in the pig slaughter scene. This is. Looking at this cube of things, a group of people feel a little dazzled. Still not full of the mutton hot pot right now? Do you want to eat pork offal stew again? Hey, are these internal organs taken from living people? Or, are they bought from pig slaughterhouses? Orochimaru asked nervously. Big Wolf's expression turned serious. Hey, what are you talking about? These are grown from my brand of cells. Hey. Orochimaru was very surprised. How long has it been? How did you cultivate it? Time is too fast. If Orochimaru remembers correctly, Whitebeard had been lying in the machine for less than 20 minutes. In a total of 20 minutes, Big Wolf built Whitebeard's organs. Hey, Big Wolf smiled mysteriously, then took the keyboard away and pressed it. Suddenly, the entire laboratory began to emit slight vibrations. A few minutes later, an oddly shaped mechanical device emerged from the carpet. This is the organ cloning device I invented. It only needs one living cell from the human body to clone all the organs, and even directly clone the body. As for time, it doesn't take long. About 10 minutes. After hearing this, I hardly spray because of the snake. Hey. Don't bully me for reading less. Cloning organs is harder than cloning people. Cloning organs in 10 minutes? Are you kidding me? Obviously, Orochimaru doesn't believe Big Wolf's nonsense. Because cloning organs is much more difficult than cloning people. For example, it's easy to grow a tree, but it's hard to just grow the fruit without the rest of the tree. Because all human organs, differ from a fertilized egg, to clone a complete human body, you only need to clone the embryonic cells and then put them in the mother's body to wait for them to grow on their own. To clone an organ, it is necessary to induce all the cells in a specific way, which is equivalent to processing all the DNA data of the human body and then filtering the information of that organ. This technique is almost impossible to achieve. Because the information is too big. Filtering the data for a certain organ out of all of a person's DNA data is like searching for a specific sand in the Sahara Desert. It is normal for Orochimaru to be surprised. Because Orochimaru doesn't know the technological level of Ching grassland. If you had seen the accessories that Big Wolf used to catch sheep, you might not think about it. Big Wolf can create a nuclear bomb with his bare hands, so what about cloning some organs? As long as Big Wolf has enough materials, he can even create another universe for you. Let me show you a demo. Seeing that Orochimaru was still in disbelief, Big Wolf pulled out a needle and pierced the large snake. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you just show me a demo? Of course, clone your cells again. Orochimaru fell silent, watching Big Wolf draw a drop of snake blood from him. Zillioo. Big Wolf dripped blood into the machine next to it, then slid the mouse and clicked on the keyboard to start the operation. What kind of technology is this? Orochimaru looked up curiously, only to feel that his IQ wasn't up to it. The entire screen is filled with various complicated instructions and programs. Don't say you understand, Orochimaru doesn't even know many words. And such complex organ cloning technology should logically be one large laboratory with dozens of devices working together. But when it comes to Big Wolf, can it be done with just a small machine? What kind of technology is this? Do you still make sense? Since it's a demo, let's clone an eye. No, strictly speaking, this eye is not mine, let's clone a heart. Big Wolf smiled and pressed the heart icon. Rumble. The machine started to vibrate and a progress bar ran on the screen, 10%, 40%, 70%. It gets stuck at 75%. Big Wolf looked surprised, the raw materials seemed to be insufficient. After finishing speaking, Big Wolf took out a bucket of grass from the side and poured the grass into the feeding port. What are you doing? Orochimaru is getting more and more confused. I feel that IQ is not enough. Add raw materials, didn't I say that raw materials are not enough? Raw material? Do you use grass as raw material? Orochimaru only feels that all three views are broken. What the hell? This is obviously cloning the heart. Use grass as raw material? And does it still work? Does this make sense? I thought this little gray wolf was a bronze, but he turned out to be a king. Who can support this technology? Even Orochimaru can't take it? They're all scientists, Orochimaru, I can't even read the data. I get it. Mr. Grey Wolf, please forgive my ignorance. Orochimaru looked at Big Wolf devoutly, his eyes filled with admiration. Yefeng, Big Wolf's technology can't use common sense to think, you only need to remember one thing, what you think of as common sense doesn't work with Big Wolf. I think so too. Orochimaru shook his head with a wry smile, her abilities are far beyond mine, it seems I'll find more opportunities to ask her for advice in the future. Then, next, operate on Whitebeard. Big Wolf took out his white coat, white gloves, and a dust mask, and put them on 2 by 2, transforming himself into a doctor. This is... Looking at the wolf holding a vivid kidney, Whitebeard suddenly felt panic, and even vaguely felt a sharp pain in his waist and abdomen. Your kidney is not very good, you need to change it, or you will have problems with your kidney after rejuvenation. Whitebeard felt embarrassed. The other pirates also covered their faces. Grey Wolf, are you wrong? Daddy's kidneys must be intact. What's wrong is his stomach and digestive system. Daddy can't eat much now, and lives on a dropper. After finishing speaking, Marco pushed away Whitebeard's shoulder, which was actually a patch left behind after the injection. Unfortunately, when the old man was young, he spent all his time at sea, fighting the marine, and neglected his diet. Also, most pirates eat too much, so entrythes and stomach problems come here. Whitebeard sighed and expressed his pain points. As an old man in his 70s, there are problems throughout his body. If he doesn't meet Big Wolf again, he may die in the last 2 years. Don't worry. I have a lot of means here. First, I will exchange a cube of internal organs for you, and then I will rejuvenate you, so that you can save your son. Seeing Big Wolf walking towards him with a knife, Whitebeard couldn't help but clench his fists. Ah! I really didn't expect that wolves could also perform surgery. Others are also terrified. Good guy, I've only ever heard of people doing surgery on animals, but I've never seen it the other way around. What should I do if I miss it? Yefeng frowned. You don't have to worry, didn't I tell you not to use your common sense to think? There is no big wolf in this world that cannot do it. Surgery is a piece of cake, and big wolf can do a hand lithograph machine. But no matter what, do the wolves perform surgery? It always feels a bit absurd. Not to mention Whitebeard, people with a little common sense saw a wolf in a white coat and holding a scalpel, and it would be terrifying to perform surgery on such a giant. Don't worry, my technique is famous in Ching grassland. Big Wolf pressed the organ cloning machine several times, and when he left, an operating bed appeared, but he also brought a series of fans, shadowless lamps, blood pressure pumps, and so on. Set of professional equipment. In the past, the 7 aunts and 8 aunts in our family had physical problems, and all of them were operated on by me. And several times I even performed surgery for Pleasant Goat and the others, but the other party took revenge. They all swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Good boy, after talking for a long time, he is still an animal. Okay, I'm going to have an operation. Everyone watches quietly and doesn't make a sound. After Hui Tailang finished speaking, he was stabbed with a painless injection of anesthesia. Although painless anesthesia is also called anesthesia, it will not make people coma, but it will disturb people's nerves. Even though they are awake, they will not feel pain. Your injury is really serious. Big Wolf frowned, saying that he had never seen such a severely damaged abdominal cavity. With a handshake, he cut into Whitebeard's stomach. In normal times, seeing Whitebeard's stomach ripped open, a group of pirates would have rushed to kill him. But now, although they were very excited in their hearts, they all held back and did not vomit. Big Wolf carried out operations frantically. He turned Whitebeard's stomach upside down. The stomach was removed, the kidneys and liver replaced, and the esophagus tied again. He's never dissected a sheep in his life, but now that he's operating on someone, he's found the feeling of killing a sheep. 20 minutes later, under the eager eyes of a group of people, Whitebeard finally replaced all the diseased internal organs. Then comes the most important step. The rejuvenation experiment begins. 0. Looking for flowers. Everyone avoids it. This experiment is threatening to some extent. If you are normal, you can be attacked and turned into children. Where do people dare to stay longer? After seeing Big Wolf successfully cure Whitebeard, everyone seemed to have seen a ghost. Has this guy really succeeded? A wolf successfully operated on a man. Medical skills are stronger than those top doctors. In less than a minute, everyone withdrew to a safe area. Big Wolf gave everyone a gas mask. Rejuvenation requires the use of special gas. Once inhaled, the cells, bones, and body of the entire person will return to their youth. Point 0. But if ordinary people also inhale it, it is estimated that they will become children. So get ready. When the gas comes out, you have to take a deep breath. Big Wolf waved his hands and frantically typed on the keyboard. Whitebeard was nervous in the sealed chamber. Good boy, he's never been so nervous before when facing a siege of Marines. This is rejuvenation. If it really succeeds, there will be no one in the new era in the sea who can fight. Here we go. After Big Wolf snapping and pressing the start button, thick white smoke billowed out from the entire sealed room. In less than 3 seconds, the room was already completely white, and the huge figure of Whitebeard was directly immersed in the smoke. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard followed Dr. Grey Wolf's instructions and frantically inhaled the mist. He could clearly feel the strange effect of this mist. Every time I take a sip, I feel that there is a large amount of energy integrated into the body, and the body begins to heat up and swell, and the originally weak limbs gradually become stronger and more powerful. 2 minutes later, Big Wolf stopped the release of mist. The dense white mist in the entire sealed room also gradually dissipated. Not long after, a strong figure appeared in front of everyone. Not as tall as before, but now he looks slimmer and slimmer. Even the head appears to be about half a meter shorter. They are Whitebeard's pills of youth. Dad. You're getting younger. Brother, were you so handsome when you were young? You are not the same person at all. Young is young, but why do I feel that Dad has become shorter? And he has lost some weight. Everyone was shocked. Just by inhaling some magical gas, Whitebeard was instantly rejuvenated, reverting to the flower of life posture. And Whitebeard himself, at this time, was also very surprised. He clenched his fist. I simply felt a vast and majestic force boiling through my body. Very young. This is how he looked when he was young. Strong, energetic, and courageous. He even felt that if Kaido was in front of him right now, he could blow him up with one hit. Big Wolf, thank you very much. Without your help May 10th, it would be impossible for me to recover from this physique. This is definitely the young me, the strongest me. Whitebeard was grateful. He is a very affectionate and loyal person. Once someone helps him, he will want to recognize others as his son. But it doesn't seem to work now. Now his physical age and appearance is estimated to be in his 30s. How dare you let him be your son? And judging from the situation in Konoha village last time, it seems like it's some kind of impolite behavior to make people a son here, and it feels like taking advantage of people. So Whitebeard had to surrender. Otherwise, it would be of great benefit to recognize a son as Big Wolf. Everyone, Big Wolf is your father's savior, everyone must treat him well in the future. If you catch a sheep in the sea, you must remember to take it to Big Wolf. Everyone cheered, only Naruto finding the blind spot and asking in surprise, are there sheep in the sea? After the shock for a while, Big Wolf started the next job. Naval building. That's right, Yefeng's original intention to find it was to let Big Wolf build a ship. And what is to be built is not an ordinary ship, but a super ship that can sail across the sea and even drive directly to the naval headquarters to make a big ruckus. To put it bluntly, it's building an aircraft carrier. Big Wolf, we are going to attack the naval headquarters soon, you know what I mean. Yefeng pointed at Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, and others behind him. Of course Big Wolf understands. What the hell, when Uchiha Madara was catching sheep earlier, Big Wolf saw his legs get weak. I heard that. How can someone be so strong? He demolished the entire sheep village with his bare hands. Now, according to Yefeng's point of view, the large group of people who are co-authors with Madara are very powerful. Which naval headquarters are you going to fight with? To mobilize so many strong men. Now feel a little sorry for that place called naval headquarters. After shaking for a few seconds, Big Wolf calmed down. He looked at Yefeng, Whitebeard, and the others solemnly. You have to trust my abilities. My Big Wolf's scientific prowess ranks second in the entire Ching grassland, and no one dares to be number one. I'm definitely going to build a gigantic battleship. Aircraft carrier. Then I'll make everyone have fun. In full view of a group of terrified people. Big Wolf touched the keyboard and activated a button hidden deep in the laboratory. This button is unusual at first glance. Not only is it locked on the outside, but there are warnings posted on the guest side. Attention! Attention! Warning! The color is also extremely dangerous red. After calming down, Big Wolf hit the button. Then the entire sheep castle began to shake violently. Like an earthquake, even the house is shaking. 30 seconds later, the entire main structure of Wolfsburg moved away from the horizon. Then a huge underground laboratory is revealed. At least it's as big as 10 football fields. Seeing this scene, even Yefeng couldn't help but scold. Good boy, directly associated. It was said before that Big Wolf is unfathomable and can make nuclear bombs and planes with his bare hands. I thought, where did this guy use to get those accessories? It turns out that there is such a huge laboratory under the house. It's almost as good as some national labs. Give me 10 days and I can build an aircraft carrier. Big Wolf put on a white coat, put on plastic gloves and glasses, and then, like a warrior, he jumped over the railing and jumped into the laboratory beautifully. Then lightning flashed everywhere, and the sounds and mechanical cutting noises kept coming out. Big Wolf started building an aircraft carrier with his bare hands. And at the same time, the other side. In the pirate world, in the vast sea, the clear sky meets the blue sea at the end. The sea breeze blows from the front, blowing layers of bright light, taking away the scorching sun and heat, leaving a hint of freshness. A huge pirate ship sailed through the calm sea, causing waves. Take a close look at the bow of this ship. There is a puppet bear head tied to the bow, and the whole ship emits a golden glow in the sunlight. It's Monkey D. Luffy's pirate ship, aka Thousand Sunny. There was nobody on the deck, and nobody was in the mood to enjoy the beautiful view of the sea, because the weather was about to darken and the storm was coming. In the Grand Line, there can be no negligence, or the ship will be destroyed in the next second. Sure enough, just as Usopp lowered the sail and roped it, and hid in the cabin below deck, the storm came. The light blue sky suddenly changed color, the dark clouds came from nowhere, and the dark clouds became darker and lower. The sea seemed to rage, unleashing a boundless gust of wind. The big ship, which was majestic just now, is actually 0.4 so weak right now. It seems that it will be blown apart by the strong wind at any moment. In the cabin, bamboo lanterns are placed on the table, and various members of the Straw Hat Pirates sit at the large round table, leisurely savoring the delicacies cooked by Chef Sanji himself. It's just that the dishes that are usually delicious are tasteless nowadays, and even a little hard to swallow. How is the situation? Zoro looked at the lady next to him. She wore a lady's fitted black suit with a white lining, which was streamlined and capable. Very bad news. Robin took out a newspaper and handed it to Zoro. Just like the gossip I received earlier, today's newspaper has announced that Marine will publicly execute Ace Firefist, the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, at Marineford. In 3 days. How can it be repaired? Are you really going to let those guys act recklessly? Ace, what a man. How did those bastards get you? Sanji slammed his fist down on the table and cursed angrily. Nami closed her eyes and meditated. She got up immediately and read the newspaper carefully. As Robin said, Marine wants to assemble an army at HQ and prepare to fight Whitebeard's pirates. The momentum of this battle was quite large. Marine had 3 admirals, plus 100,000 elite soldiers, and even invited the 7 warlords of the sea to cheer them on. This is already the most powerful force in the sea. Perhaps, this may be the biggest event since Luoji's death since the Great Journey period. Still no news from Luffy. Chopper looked at the paper pitifully. Not long before this, the Straw Hats struck down the Heavenly Dragons in the Sabayati Archipelago and encountered Navy Admiral Kizaru and Bartholomew Kuma, one of the Shishibukai. The Straw Hat Pirates were slapped one by the tyrant Guzayan 09, and they flew to different places on the sailing line. The entire Straw Hat crew was also split up, with outside sources saying that they had already been eliminated. But at this time, the news that Fire Fist Ace was arrested suddenly came from the sea, and all the Straw Hats immediately regrouped as quickly as possible. Only Luffy was left behind. If it really happened as the newspapers said, then Luffy will rush back with all his life. Ace is Luffy's older brother, he definitely won't let Ace get executed, so we don't have to worry about him. We have to trust Luffy. So now let's go to the naval headquarters. I think we should meet Luffy there. Yeah. Save Ace. Hit those Marines hard. When the Straw Hat Pirates left for the naval headquarters, Here. In Ching grassland, the aircraft carrier built by Big Wolf has finally been completed. Call. Finally finished. Big Wolf wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath. At this time, Big Wolf, holding a wrench, wearing a yellow helmet, and wearing a white vest, looks like a worker working on a construction site. However, the work he did was beautiful and impressive. Even Yefeng was dumbfounded. In the past few days, Yefeng has been protecting Big Wolf to work day and night. Watching helplessly as he took a screwdriver and wrench and built an aircraft carrier. This kind of operation, if you look at the entire 10,000 kingdoms, you will not be able to find a second person. Big Wolf is the real doer. I'm leaving, is this boat that big? Grandpa Madara and Hashirama also came to join in the fun. The ship built by this guy feels completely different from Yamato's. Yamato built a ship out of wood. What is this? Steel. Not only Madara and Hashirama, but also a group of small powerhouses were shocked. Big Wolf looks like a master at first glance. Compared to our green captain, his ability is so high. That's right, the exterior of this ship is too big. You can already feel its power even before it hits the water. They were all shocked. No wonder, because the ship built by Big Wolf is not an ordinary ship at all. This is an aircraft carrier. And it's a serious aircraft carrier, capable of hitting helicopters and fighter jets. Seeing everyone's surprised reaction, Big Wolf proudly pushed his hat. So let me introduce you, what features does this new Moby Dick have? Big Wolf walked to the front and took everyone to visit the aircraft carrier. This aircraft carrier version of the Moby Dick has a number of roles such as long-range air defense, anti-ship, and anti-submarine. It has a large unit, alternating diesel fuel power, and the gasoline engine alone is as big as a football field. Equipped with VLS plus HQ9 and active phased array radar, YJ3 anti-ship, Jinglei anti-submarine helicopter plus anti-submarine missile. 052C medium range, air defense, anti-ship, 054A short range air defense, anti-submarine. It is equipped with a nuclear attack submarine 093, but does not have a nuclear bomb. It is also equipped with an advanced conventionally powered submarine like the UN class. 2 supply ships. It's time for Whitebeard's sons to take the wheel. Transport aircraft, Su-33 and 15. 4 carrier-based early warning aircraft, due to limited time, only early warning helicopters can be used. If ejection devices are to be used in the future, carrier-based fixed-wing early warning aircraft should also be developed. Hearing Big Wolf's introduction, Master Madara and Xiaoqian kept nodding and called out to Niubi. Although they don't understand any of these parameters, they don't know what's going on. After all, this aircraft carrier is right in front of you, it is as high as a few stories, it is bragging just by looking at it. Nima, if this goes to Pirate World, it will probably take out the naval headquarters directly. Yefeng couldn't help but blush. Generally speaking, with 3 layers of defense plus submarine plus carrier-based aircraft plus supply, it is considered a relatively complete configuration in a carrier battle group. Big Wolf has carefully organized all the equipment on the aircraft carrier. Who can resist driving this into the sea? The other 4 emperors, Shichibukai, together, I am afraid that the firepower of this battleship is not as strong as it is. 843 What the hell is this ship? At this time, the Whitebeard pirates who were wandering outside also entered the base. Because Big Wolf said that he would give them a surprise, he did not let the Whitebeard pirates in for a few days after the completion of the project. As a result, seeing such a big ship now, many people got down on their knees in excitement on the spot. This is too exaggerated. Such a big ship. It's time to smash the naval headquarters. Where have these pirates seen such a battle? The previous Moby Dick and are already considered great ships. But compared to this ship, it feels like a child meets an elephant, not on a level at all. Big Wolf, I really don't know how to thank you. Whitebeard patted Big Wolf on the shoulder enthusiastically. Now he only hated himself for being younger. Big Wolf cannot be recognized as his son. Otherwise, I really want to take it to the boat and drink for 3 days and 3 nights. Since the ship is ready, it's not too late, let's get ready to go. Yefeng stood up. Naruto, little Sakura, go back to Konoha village and call everyone you can. We are going to push the naval headquarters. Summit War. That. In the vast sea, the clear sky meets the blue sea at the end. The sea breeze blows from the front, blowing layers of bright light, taking away the scorching sun and heat, leaving a hint of freshness. Yefeng displayed his shunpo, flying in the sky like a true Shinigami. He recalled that in the original book, the two sides of the Summit War were the Whitebeard pirate group and its 43 pirate groups, who were going to fight against the 100,000 elite marines, and the 7 warlords of the sea who came to fight soy sauce. Then the result of the war was the disastrous defeat of the Whitebeard pirates. Captain Whitebeard and Second Captain Ace were unfortunately killed in the battle, and the Whitebeard pirates have since collapsed. After that, as the fuse for the Summit War, Blackbeard took advantage of the situation and replaced Whitebeard as the new 4 emperors. The worst generation rushed into the New World, and the naval headquarters also migrated to the New World. But for this kind of ending, Yefeng felt very distressed. First of all, the fight between Ace and Akainu sucked. Because the temperature of the lava fruit is higher than that of the flame, it can penetrate the body made of flame. Is it so scandalous? Nima, your body has turned into flames, why do you need water and water to put out the fire? With magma? The body has already become a special item, how can it be pierced? You said that wearing a sea stone on your body is not bad. Then there's Whitebeard. Co-author Shockfruit is so powerful that Whitebeard fired 2 cannons when he first arrived and rode all the way the rest of the time. If Yefeng has this ability, then stand on the boat and hit the drums. Not much to say, Shockfruit hit him 100 times first to help Marine. Is this how you can lose? It's about dying by force, with you. Yefeng smiled slightly, then flew up into the sky, moved between the clouds. And right now, on the surface of the sea below him, an outrageously huge pirate ship sails slowly through the calm sea, causing waves. The physique of this ship can only be described as a horror. Looking at the whole sea, you can't find anything bigger than him. And what's even more exaggerated is that there are actually several helicopters and fighter jets parked on the deck of the ship. There is also a large airstrip. And around the boat, there are countless small splashes of water, exploding one by one. If you look carefully, you can find that there are countless pirates running on the sea. Yes, that's how it is. Run. A group of pirates with devil fruit, running across the sea. If other people see this scene, they will definitely think that they are dreaming. Whitebeard, K, and others stood at the bow of the boat, seeing that some people with fruit abilities below were as relaxed as on land in the sea, and did not know how to express their inner feelings. Don't move. Carefully transfer the power of the chakra generated in your body to your feet. Marco was sweating profusely and led chakras slowly, but when he didn't reach his knees, Marco's body seemed to be stimulated by something, and he suddenly softened and sat down on the ground. That. No, I can't do it. For the first time, Marco felt that this devil fruit was really his own obstacle. It's because his devil fruit ability is too strong, so when he uses ninjutsu now, the stamina is stronger. Those newbies on the boat can step on the water, but he, the captain, can't. What a pity. Tobirama, who taught him the ability to tread water, looked at Marco who was sitting on the ground and snapped, "Hey, boy. Aren't you going to save that ace? Just this little perseverance. How can you do it?" Are you a sadist? Marco looked at Tobirama, got up again. The reason why Marco and the others insist on learning this ability to control chakra, which is considered elemental in the ninja world, is due to the restrictions of the pirate world's laws. In One Piece world, the ability to obtain devil fruit Dujin is afraid of sea water. This sounds kind of funny, obviously a pirate, but are you afraid of water? However, in a sense, this is the so-called win-loss combination. God has given you a powerful ability, and he's going to take something away from you. God has opened a window for you, so first you must close a door. Devil fruit is the most common ability in the pirate world, and after taking it, you can get extraordinary abilities. For example, Whitebeard's shock fruit can cause an earthquake with a punch in the air. The sand fruit of the sand crocodile, after eating it, will become Gara in seconds, which can make his own body sandy and dry the opponent's body. But the devil fruit has two fatal weaknesses. First, sea water. Fruit-capable users will be pushed aside by the sea after eating the fruit, and they will be ground for life. As long as one is soaked in a certain amount of seawater, or only touches a little seawater but is soaked for too long, one will feel weak all over, and the strength is so weak that it is even worse than people. Common. In the sea, the power of the demon fruit is fighting, and once it falls into the water, it will be a dead end. Second, the sea stone. This thing can be understood as a solid sea, with a higher concentration and more fish power. Sea stone can be said to be the true nemesis of all skill users. It can not only make skill users powerless, but also temporarily turn skill users into ordinary people. Therefore, in order to prevent these skill users from being confronted by the sea water before starting to fight, Yefeng asked Hashirama to take the lead and gave him the water treading technique that everyone in the Hokage world knows. When Yefeng told them that they could learn to walk on the sea, they were all so excited that even Whitebeard wanted to try it out. Therefore, the scene just appeared. Whitebeard, have you lost your studies? Yefeng flew up happily. This old man learned it a long time ago, but these unsatisfactory guys have learned it for so long, but they have not yet succeeded. Well, let them hurry up, the naval headquarters is not far away. This moment. Demozhao, about 100 nautical miles from the pirate ship Whitebeard. Naval headquarters, the troops have been assembled. To welcome the Whitebeard pirates, the naval headquarters gathered all the famous officers from all over the world, and the total number reached a terrifying 100,000 people. Everyone is excited, quietly waiting for the arrival of the decisive battle. At Marineford, there is some anxiety in the air, and the tense atmosphere of war has carried over the 4 weeks. The Dark Marine elite gathered in the center of the square, occupying the originally extremely spacious space of the naval headquarters, and the crowds were countless. For some unknown reason, it was almost the time for the execution, and the Whitebeard pirates, who had made harsh words to directly attack the naval headquarters, had not even seen half of the ship. Because it is impossible to understand the specific whereabouts of Whitebeard's fleet, and he does not know where the enemy will attack from, Marshal Sengoku scuttles his troops and orders a general alert. The crescent-shaped island is surrounded by 50 giant warships, and countless heavy cannons are set up along the shoreline. Once the Whitebeard pirates' fleet is found, it will surely be hit head-on. And in front of the port, 7 figures lined up. This is the Shishibukai soy sauce specially invited by Marine. Hawkeye, Dracula my hawk. Tyrant, Bartholomew Kuma. Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote da Flamingo. Empress Boa Hancock. Weak Chicken, Gecko Moria. Hixia Jinbei. Blackbeard Marshal Detange. Sand Crocodile, Shalok Dal. Except for the 7 warlords of the sea who are playing soy sauce. At the back of the plaza, the Xingtai position behind several giant race vice admirals is the naval headquarters with the highest combat power. Of the 3 admirals right now, only Akainu is here. On the execution platform are Marshal Sengoku and the sea hero Garp the Fist. 5 admiral-level powerhouses built the last line of defense. Admiral, Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, Commodore. 7 warlords of the sea. At this moment, all the powers that Marine could imagine gathered together. The reason is very simple: his 113 enemies are the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors, who was once as famous as One Piece King Luoji Edward Newgate. Live broadcast begins. You must show all the pictures of the destruction of the Whitebeard pirates. Akainu issued orders arrogantly. The war horn has already sounded, and the Whitebeard pirates are only waiting for themselves to fall into the trap. During the entire execution process, Marines specially created video phone bugs spread to all corners of the world. All over the world, the paradise of the Grand Line and the New World in the second half, everyone is watching here. Whether it's pirates or ordinary people, they all quit their jobs to watch this war that can change the direction of the world. At sea, everyone discusses whether Whitebeard will appear and who will win the war. It is so exciting. In the vast sea, stretch out as far as the eye can see. At this time, there is still about half an hour left before the execution time. Marine doesn't know from which direction the Whitebeard pirates will attack. But everyone felt that the time to start the war was getting closer and closer. Therefore, the atmosphere in the square is becoming more and more dignified. These idiots, why are they making such a big fight? Isn't he just a little pirate captain? Isn't it over if you let him go? Kizaru sighed wildly. Can't you really understand how the heads of these decision makers grow? You have said that although there are constant disputes in this sea, the general situation remains stable. The forces of all parties are very balanced, and there may not be a big change in the next 10 or 20 years. Stability is the best. It is impossible for the current Marine to eradicate all the pirates. Just coexist with them. But if this war starts, the pattern of the sea will be rearranged. And why is your Marine so arrogant? To deal with one of the 4 emperors, almost all of the combat power of the Navy has been dispatched. What if one of them doesn't get done right and the group is wiped out? Or even more desperate, what if 4 emperors fought at the same time? Wouldn't the Marine government of the entire world immediately collapse? Obviously, their Marine is the weakest group, but they still pretended to be winners beforehand. I really don't know what these leaders are thinking. Letting go of that kid named Ace, wouldn't that suck? Is it worth paying so much manpower and material resources to kill a small pirate? Whitebeard, why haven't they come yet? Have they let us go? Sengoku felt that the atmosphere was too dignified, so he stepped forward, adjusted his glasses, and decided to give everyone some serious news. Use this to lighten the mood. Cameras this way. I have big news to announce. Ahem, everyone. As Sengoku's loud voice echoes throughout the Marine base. Also from every phone error. It shocked everyone who was watching the battle. Well, as you all know, we have managed to capture Potter Casti Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates. And today at 12 noon. Our Marine will execute this vicious pirate, because Marine justice cannot be violated by anyone. We will defeat the Whitebeard pirates. The roar of Sengoku's last sentence aroused the emotions of all the Marines. Oh. The atmosphere in the square was instantly activated. But anyone with a discerning eye understands the whole process of the incident. What the damn Marine caught Ace, it was Blackbeard who beat Ace and sent him to claim credit, it was just a bargain. If not, with Marine's temperamentless and impotent trashy attitude, how dare he touch 4 emperors? Unless the Navy Admiral gives them orders from behind. Otherwise, when Marine meets 4 emperors, the first choice is to run away. As per One Piece, Rayleigh, Luoji's helper. All the executives in the Navy know that he is hiding in the Sabayati archipelago. But he never caught him, so he symbolically issued a wanted warrant, just a way to get away. Because most Marines know their own strength. Who the hell has nothing to do to provoke that guy? Even if the admiral leaves, he may not be able to return unscathed. Also, the relationship between Marine and pirates is not as extreme as you imagine. For example, Whitebeard Luoji and Garp have fought each other for decades, and both have developed feelings for each other. Both enemies and friends. Maybe at this age, the friendship ratio is a bit higher. Rayleigh didn't do any other bad things. After all, people like old times, like Marshall and Garp are old friends of Rayleigh's. None of these heavyweights spoke. Others do not dare. These Marines are just a group of guys who receive the salary of the heavenly dragons. Who's okay to get in trouble, right? It's okay to stay like this. Therefore, the person who can come to Ace's public execution can basically be said to be a radical like Akainu. Why aren't those bastards here yet? Are you afraid? A group of pirates nods. Nima, these words have already been released, and the live broadcast has already started for more than half an hour, but Whitebeard and the others have not appeared yet. Do you want to leave them pigeons? At this time, the people who were watching in front of the TV also began to argue. Damn, Marine got pigeons. That's interesting. Didn't Whitebeard show up when those idiots made such a ruckus? No, there must be something wrong along the way. Whitebeard is a very loyal pirate, and Ace is his son. He won't just watch his son get executed like this. Audiences around the world. Some are watching the excitement, some are really tense, and some just want to see when Marines jokes. Sengoku, hurry up and say something, don't let the atmosphere get cold. Sengoku looked at Akainu, obviously he was the boss, and he wanted to listen to the admiral. And at the end of the day, this running show aka Akainu has been fucking behind his back. If he hadn't been eager to perform in front of the 5 elders, the 5 elders would not have ordered a large-scale performance show. Eat and wait to die, dial 9 to 5 every day, isn't that delicious? Do you have to make a big problem? How old is Sengoku? My head is bald and I still have to play these boring games with you. Well, it seems that the only thing to say is that. Sengoku wet his throat and then began to speak into the camera. And what he said next shocked everyone to the jaws. As everyone probably knows, Fire Fist Ace is a member of Whitebeard's crew. But there's one thing you don't know. Sengoku paused strategically. After standing for 3 seconds, pointing to the execution platform, the kneeling Ace said. That is to say, Fire Fist Ace is actually the biological son of Gordy Luoji. Yes, he is the son of One Piece. After saying this, the whole world is like a yellow bell, which explodes in the ear, and the persistent sound rings around the lightning for 3 days without a break. The audience off camera, and the Marine on camera, all went silent. Immediately after, countless commotion and boiling sounds came out. The whole world is in turmoil right now. Do I clean myself? Did I hear correctly? Fire Fist Ace is the son of the Pirate King. Oh my god. The world-shaking news is born. Marshal Sengoku explodes speech. One Piece, does Luoji have a son? It's amazing. Everyone was shocked by Ace's life experience. You must know that although Luoji has been dead for so many years, his name as One Piece still echoes in the sea. After all, he is the only man who has completed all the great routes, and his reputation is much higher than the current 4 emperors. Now did he really say he has a son? And you still caught Ace? This shit wants to defy heaven. Shit. My father is just Daddy Whitebeard. Faced with Akainu's exposure, Ace naturally refused to admit it. What are you kidding? Is your father the Pirate King? Why doesn't he know it himself? Is it because these Marines are deliberately talking nonsense to boost ratings? You must know that this live broadcast is watched by people from all over the world except civilians, Marines, and pirates galloping in the sea. If One Piece's son is executed by Marine, it will be a means for Marine and the world government to publicize their reputation, and it will certainly be a great deterrent to pirates. So it's not impossible for them to make an excuse and parachute One Piece into being their father. It may even be possible. But although Ace insisted that his father was just Whitebeard, Sengoku still denied it on the spot. Your father is Gore D. Luoji, and you are the only blood he has left. We have already clearly investigated this. Then he turned his head and continued. This is also why Whitebeard spared no effort to take you in and train you. As expected of Sengoku, known as the resourceful general, he broke this shocking news in front of everyone, and immediately drove everyone crazy. Fire Fist Ace, it can be seen from your aptitude that one day, you will become the pinnacle of the next pirate age, so taking your head here today is of great importance. Even if it puts us at war with the Whitebeard pirates, it will be worth it. This evil bloodline must be completely cut off. Oh who? Sengoku's voice fell. The 100,000 Marines in the field. Answer in unison. Swear to fight to the death with pirates. And at this moment, aboard the USS Moby Dick, through the satellite intercept signal, Whitebeard and the others also heard the news. 0, looking for flowers. 0. No, Ace's identity has been exposed. Whitebeard slammed the table angrily. His action has undoubtedly sworn that what Sengoku said just now is true. Isn't it, Dad? Is Ace the son of One Piece, Luoji? Have they kept us in the dark for all these years? My God! Why wasn't this matter mentioned before? Hearing the conversation of a group of pirates, Konoha Xiaoqiang next to her felt that the scene was a bit familiar. Isn't this a replica of Naruto? He is also a member of the second generation, but his identity has been hidden. And it also allows the villain to be exposed. This is not a good situation. If Ace is really the Pirate King's son, if Ace is killed, it will undoubtedly greatly destroy the morale of the pirates in Shanghai. The most important thing is that it contributed to the prestige of the Celestial Dragons and Marine. Damn it! This kind of thing is not allowed to happen. They all think the same. They were still wondering why the Navy government executed Ace face to face. It turned out to be because of this. If they succeed, the morale of the pirates in the entire sea will drop immeasurably. Yefeng, what do you think we should do? Whitebeard turned his eyes towards Yefeng for help. At this time, only a big shot like Yefeng can do it. Yefeng raised his eyebrows. Isn't it easy? Let Big Wolf hijack the Marine Channel, you can say bah. To the. After hearing this method, everyone on the whole ship slapped their thighs and choked their necks with enthusiasm. Good boy, you really deserve to be the #1 leader of the Akatsuki organization. Operation Sow wave after wave. Such an amazing method, didn't you think of that? After taking a look at Big Wolf, the latter immediately started typing on the keyboard. In less than 5 seconds, Big Wolf directly hijacked Marine's live channel. Just kidding, Marine and world government science and technology aren't even worthy of wearing your shoes with Big Wolf. As long as Big Wolf is willing, you can even play X-rated videos in Marine's live broadcast room. It's ready, come and talk to me here. Big Grey Wolf pointed to the microphone. Whitebeard #2 didn't say anything, but immediately rushed over. Sengoku, you're farting. Listen to Whitebeard's words. Yefeng couldn't help but tremble and almost lost his balance. Good boy, it's not his scene, he thought it was Li Yunlong who said this. And at this moment Naval Headquarters. After hearing Whitebeard's words from the microphone, all the pirates and the admiral were dumbfounded. Nima, what is the situation? Is that Whitebeard's voice? Why can Whitebeard speak into the microphone? Obviously, with Pirate World's technology, these people still can't understand what channel hijacking is. They thought it was some kind of devil fruit ability to hack phone lines or something. Whitebeard, don't talk nonsense. We have clearly investigated it. Ace is Luoji's son. There is no doubt about it. Whitebeard was in a hurry. 373 isn't very good at things like arguing and lying. Step back and let me do it. At this moment, Yefen entered the stage. He calmly took the microphone, and then said in a calm manner, Ace is not Luoji's son. The reason Marine said that is because they want to continue executing One Piece's son, to greatly improve their morale and severely delay the Marine's thieves' vigor. I hope you keep your eyes open and don't fall for this inferior trick. Yefen hit Marine's pain point with a sentence and directly exposed the opponent's conspiracy. Instantly, the whole world is in an uproar. Let me tell you, One Piece has been dead for so many years, and I've never heard of him having a child. Nima, men in the sea basically die alone, how can they have children? These lazy Marines were trying to trick us. Fortunately, they were exposed. Come on, Whitebeard. Kill Marine. Let these people know how powerful the four emperors are. With just one sentence, the atmosphere of the entire One Piece world audience has changed. Before, these people were either watching the excitement or waiting to see the jokes. As a result, before the fight began, Whitebeard directly exposed Marine's background. Now everyone is waiting to see the Navy prank. The audience that supported Marine at this time also turned neutral. Because most of the people who support Marine are brainless people who have been deceived by Marine's justice. It turns out that the righteous Marine they believe in is planning something so dirty, it's outrageous. Asshole, how the hell do these guys do it? Why can you talk on the phone? On the Navy government side, a group of people are still fighting Whitebeard and his invasion of the frequency band. But Akainu could no longer sit still. He grabbed the microphone and yelled angrily, Whitebeard. We're going to execute your son right away. If you don't show up again, we'll have to wait for his body to be picked up. Whitebeard did not speak and turned to Yefen, who continued to speak, Akainu, wash your neck and wait, I will take someone to push you naval headquarters today, none of you can escape. After speaking, Yefen took the microphone directly. Then take a look at Big Wolf, can sky mode be used? Big Wolf nodded, it has been adjusted. Then fly and show them. After the voice fell, Big Wolf immediately creaked and operated, and then pulled out a distinctive lever in the cockpit. The lever is locked layer by layer, and there are still various danger signs next to it, which is very serious at first glance. After lowering the lever, everyone suddenly felt the ground shaking. Then there was a slight sensation of flying from the soles of the feet, and everyone felt that their center of gravity had risen a bit. Naruto, what happened here? Is there an earthquake? Little Sakura, Naruto, you idiot. How can there be an earthquake in the sea? Deidara, we're flying. The ship is flying. Everyone was stunned. Such an impressive warship not only gallops across the sea, but also flies. This flies right to the naval headquarters, isn't it going to give people a king bomb? And at the same time, naval headquarters. A group of Marines and admirals wait anxiously. Such cruel words have obviously been released. Why is there still no movement? What about people? It stands to reason that he has so many pirate groups, so how many of them have to show up? But in the whole sea, not a single hair can be seen. Marine, who was in charge of the observation, almost broke the binoculars and could not see a ship. Are you now highly suspicious that the person who spoke to you on the phone just now spoke harsh words on purpose and then sent you pigeons? However, right at this moment, as if he remembered Zero, just above the Marine base, an inexplicably powerful vibration came from the sky. There were slight ripples on the surface of the sea, and the entire sea began to shake. Immediately after, on the surface of the sea shrouded in mist, a huge black shadow covered the sky and the sun. Let it go, what happened? Is it an earthquake? Idiot, this is the surface of the sea, how could there be an earthquake? Look at the sky. It's a ship. There's a big ship. My God. It's Whitebeard's ship. They're coming down from the sky, said a surprised vice admiral. Suddenly, the entire naval headquarters was in a panic. What's going on? It's clear that the entire area of the sea has been sealed off, however, it unexpectedly came from the sky. What's with this ship? It's too big. Everyone's eyes widened. This Moby Dick is many times bigger than the one I saw before. The entire ship emits a black metallic glow, which seems calm and heavy. And the most exaggerated, this ship is actually flying in the sky. Obviously no fan and no mast. How did it fly at 0.3? The entire army is in a state of fighting. The artillery fire is concentrated and the Whitebeard pirates must not be allowed through the harbor. Commander, place an order now. Suddenly appearing in front of the naval headquarters, completely disrupting previous marine deployments. The huge warships scattered around the island of Marineford became a decoration here. Sengoku is also surprised. Rider, come from the sky. Is it still such a big ship? This totally exceeded my expectations. The so-called sage will surely make a mistake. This is just the beginning. He was severely beaten by this Whitebeard. With a loud bang, the huge Moby Dick hit the sea like a meteorite. Boom! A huge wave of water splashed out, overwhelming the entire naval headquarters with a wave of waves, and almost all of the Marines, vice admirals, and admirals were knocked over to the ground. And the aircraft carrier Moby Dick sits majestically over the sea. The bow of the ship faces the execution platform. Like a prehistoric giant, it stands facing Crescent Bay. How? Whitebeard pirates. My God. It actually fell from the sky. What a terrifying way to appear. Is this the strength of the four emperors? The entire One Piece world audience is extremely excited right now. The rest of the pirates were amazed at the power of this Moby Dick aircraft carrier. What kind of ship is this? It can actually fly in the sky. And this physique is too scary. One ship is comparable to 10 ships of other pirate groups. Pirates large and small, and those who were offered bounties, panicked. Even the four emperors who were watching the battle from far away in the sea were stunned and their eyes went wide. Has the old man Whitebeard, who has not been seen for a few weeks, actually took out such a big ship? Unheard. But that's just the beginning of the surprise. Then under the terrified eyes of a group of people, a healthy young figure stepped out of the cabin and stood on the deck. Whitebeard is like a statue, a tall figure standing there holding a big knife. Common people just look up. Before seeing him head on, he was overwhelmed by his aura and fell to his knees. Even these seasoned marine elites. It is also an involuntary feeling of cowardice. Four emperors. The world's strongest man. Paramecia's strongest shockfruit ability user. Edward Newgate is here. Whitebeard is huge, with a black scarf on his head, a crescent moon beard, a bare upper body, a cloak draped over his shoulders, and a naginata in hand. Yeah, am I dazzled? Why does this Whitebeard look so young? No, you are not dazzled. This Whitebeard is young. My God, what happened? Why is Whitebeard getting younger? The whole world. All civilians, pirates, and marines. Shishibukai, four emperors, marine admiral, heavenly dragons. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Because Whitebeard standing on the deck of the Moby Dick right now looks like he's only 30 years old. He is a completely different person from the man of 70 or 80 years before. This riding a horse. Sengoku and Garp were dumbstruck on the spot. They definitely won't admit Whitebeard in front of them. This is Whitebeard in his youth. The overlord of the sea who has fought against them countless times and has fought multiple times. Damn it. Whitebeard, how did you get any younger? What the hell happened? Garp cursed hastily. What plastic surgery hospital did Whitebeard go to? Or did you take some panacea? It turned out to be rejuvenated. If there is a channel, you also want to go to that hospital to test it. It's not good now. If it's Whitebeard in his old age, we can still fight, but if it's him in his youth. Sengoku swallowed in panic. Also like a person from the old days. He knows full well what Whitebeard was capable of when he was younger. That's not something they, the old, the weak, the sick and the disabled can handle. Today's battle, I am afraid there will be an accident. Deck. In front of countless cameras following him, Whitebeard is not confused at all. Gula la ha 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 ha. P. Whitebeard ignored the Marine in front of him. Looking at Ace on the execution platform, Google. Ace, my beloved son. Bear with me a little longer and I'll take you home. Ace couldn't stop crying when he saw the Moby Dick appear earlier. Listening to Whitebeard's voice now, looking from Whitebeard to every face in the crew. Familiar and strangers, faces that once had a good time drinking and talking, and memories flash through my mind. Ace couldn't control it anymore and started howling. Why? Dad, and everyone, why did you come to save me? Ace understands that it doesn't matter what the outcome of this battle is. There will be many sacrifices. I did not want to see such an end. He thinks the whole world isn't worth doing for him, so why not let him die here? I was the one who acted on my own initiative to get to this point. Why doesn't everyone just let me fend for myself? I went to teach of my own free will, and I lost because I wasn't strong enough. Because, why? Ace thought deeply and understood, and lowered his head as he cried. Incorrect. Whitebeard struck the knife hard at the bow, coldly interrupting Ace's speech. I sent you there, boy. I sent you to teach. Ace raised his head, tears in his eyes, and shouted loudly, stop lying, I was the one who insisted on going my own way. I said, I let you go. Right? Marco. Whitebeard said firmly. That's right, I was there too, Dad sent you there. It's because Papa Whitebeard didn't give him the red-haired face, which triggered the taboo of the face fruit, that's why you were arrested. Yeah, it's all the redhead's fault in the final analysis. Her face fruit is too powerful. If I had known before, I should have given him face. This moment. The atmosphere at the scene froze for 3 seconds. Ace, who was still moved and crying through tears, couldn't help but be surprised when he heard the explanation from a group of classmates. What the hell? Face fruit? And right now, in the sea. The Red Hair Pirates are also heading towards the naval headquarters. What the Redhead originally thought was that the Whitebeard Pirates were weak and definitely couldn't deal with Marine. Maybe you will lose the battle. It can't be said that he is helping in the past now, but in the end he can keep Marine and not kill them all. When the Moby Dick fell from the sky just now, the Redhead was startled first. Seeing Whitebeard rejuvenated again is even more disconcerting. Now they really heard the fruit of the face from their mouths, it was all the rampant wording of Redhead guilt, and the whole person was stunned. Nima, what is this movement? Ace got caught, does it have something to do with his red hair? At first, he went to the Whitebeard Pirates to negotiate with Whitebeard for this matter, but the other party refused to listen. Now is it your fault? Is this a bit bully? Ace. Wait a second, we'll rescue you right away. Yes, Whitebeard, will never let anyone hurt my son today. Kill the Marines. Rub them. The atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates is extremely high. Marine was furious when he heard this. Old-fashioned pirate. Don't think it's a big deal to have plastic surgery. Back to youth, we can still kill you. Kill Whitebeard. Destroy the pirate ship. Kill. Marine's voice reached the ears of the pirates, all eyes turned red. Tens of thousands of pirates raised their knives and howled, the sound of the siege shook the sky. Everyone. Ace burst into tears. Please. Dad. Go away. Ace. My child. Tears are shed only in victory. Whitebeard got out, stuck the knife into the bow of the boat and laughed wildly. Goo la la guys, the war is about to start. Are you ready? Done, done. Run down. A group of pirates shouted excitedly. The admirals on the execution platform stared at the Moby Dick, and were counting the number of people. Well, there shouldn't be any problem. Although the boat is big, there aren't many people there. I guess it's to cover up the lack of people, which is why we have such a big ship. I should be able to win. And just after Akainu and Kizaru made this judgment, another large group of people came out of the Moby Dick aircraft carrier. They're all Akatsuki members. Naruto's mouth opened wide. Huh? So many enemies? This is just too much of an exaggeration. Little Sakura, yes, yes. There are at least 70,000 to 80,000 people. Are there that many people in our entire ninja world? A group of Xiaoqiang walked in the vanguard. And behind. Madara Uchiha, Senju Hashirama, Namikaze Minato, Nagato. These cafe-level big figures slowly grew under Yefeng's leadership. Yefeng himself is so rude that he doesn't have to walk, and he floats in the air all the time. Whitebeard, greet them first. First comes 20 earthquakes, which is more like Marine's vigor. Yefeng smiled slightly, and Whitebeard also looked forward calmly. So. He crossed his arms over his chest. Protruding veins. A layer of light instantly formed on the two fists that could shake the world. She felt like the power to destroy the world made people tremble. This is shock fruit. Feeling the power of the legendary Super Logia fruit, the Marines below are a little restless. The power of shock fruit. Let the surrounding space begin to vibrate. Shaking his fists, hitting both sides, he only heard the crisp sound of click click, like the sound of glass breaking. Then he struck savagely. The atmosphere was instantly shattered, and huge cracks spread outward from Whitebeard's fists. The terrifying power of vibration quickly attacked the surroundings. The wind stirs. The ground shakes wildly. The calm sea became turbulent, and a huge wave of seawater turned into a huge tsunami that covered the sky and flooded the sky from 4 directions. Roar. At sea. It seems that a large invisible hand is holding the entire island, trembling in the sea. In the area of the sea around Marineford Island, huge waves immediately formed, one left and one right, crashing from both sides. All Marines, dilate your pupils and don't you dare move. Such a big wave, if you don't drown, you have to be shot dead. They all froze in place in fright. What kind of power is this? An earthquake. There is such a strong power. Is this one of the legendary 4 emperors, Whitebeard? Seeing Whitebeard playing such a strong force, Yefeng couldn't help but want to complain. Your shock fruit is so powerful, wouldn't it end if you hit 10 hits in the original book? If you insist on hitting, then stand there with a knife and pretend to be B. I was accidentally stabbed in the waist. It is purely forced offline. The tsunami caused by the earthquake continues. But on the Navy side, 2 admirals stood up. One of them, Navy Admiral with closed eyes, is the Quasi-Admiral Tenhyu specially invited by Sengoku. He muttered, "Gravity bounce." After speaking, he took out his knife and launched a circle of gravity towards Whitebeard's fleet, instantly stopping the vibration that Whitebeard just released. The other one is in the shape of a little black guy wearing sunglasses. When he clapped his hands on the ground, he immediately froze the sea water. Oh! Whitebeard looked at the 2 Navy admirals in amazement. How could he break the tsunami he caused so easily? Seeing that Tenhyu and Aokiji successfully blocked shock fruit's power, all the Marines were boiling. For Marine, this is undoubtedly a divine opportunity, because of frozen fruit's ability, Now Whitebeard's ship can't move, and the artillery on both sides of the city can finally come in handy. Blitz. Destroy the Moby Dick. Catch the thief first. Whitebeard is the leader. Get rid of him first. Kill. With an order, countless heavy cannons fired at the pirate group under Whitebeard's command. Boom. The cannon fire was deafening, and the flames continued to echo. Countless pirates jumped off the ship, stepped on the sea water, and charged into the port in the face of artillery fire. But in this moment, Bankai Tadeo fire remnant. It is a very clear phrase of sword release. The bright blade of the blade suddenly opened. Immediately after, the entire knife seemed to be charred, becoming dry and scorched black, and the blank knife was black, dull, and even ugly. This moment. Hey. Guys, don't you think? Is there something weird? On the ice, the intuitive marine sensed something unusual. Why do you feel a little hot all of a sudden? No. It's very hot. The ice is melting. How is this possible? Aokiji's frozen ice can freeze from the sea surface to the sea floor, and it won't melt for a good month of Wang. Why is it starting to melt now? The ground level is going down. The air is so dry. My throat hurts. The skin looks like it's been baked. It only took about 10 seconds. Moisture in the air evaporates. You know, the remnant fire Tadeo is Ryujin Jaka's Bankai form, and its blade's temperature is equal to the temperature of the sun's core. If you continue to maintain the state of Bankai, you can evaporate the water in the whole world little by little. Admiral, a group of pirates on the execution platform, has been dumbfounded. They only saw the frozen sea, which was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. It only took 17 or 18 seconds. It just melted into the sea. Countless marines, like boiling water being poured into an ant nest, scattered and retreated in all directions, fleeing. Even the 7 warlords of the sea, who had found the right opportunity to attack, were scared to death and withdrew from the battlefield as quickly as possible. Retreat quickly. Retreat to the ship. Raise the mast and prepare to retreat. The ice is melting too fast. If you don't go, you'll drown in the sea. My God. The ice has completely melted. Where are Sengoku-sama and Garp-sama? Get them both out quickly. Those two run faster than anyone. Don't count on them. The entire battlefield is in a panic. Yefeng can't even call it a shot. Just taking out the knife, he directly scared 100,000 marines. The remnant fire Tadeo has only appeared for less than a minute, and many unfortunate people with poor cardiopulmonary function have already been recruited. The big marine had difficulty breathing, his face was flushed, as if he had asthma, and it was difficult to breathe every time. They know very well that if they don't escape the center of the heat source as soon as possible, sooner or later they will steam and dry out. What's going on? Not only is the ice melting, but now even the sea water is getting warmer. OMG! The sea is smoking. It's so sweltering. It's like a thunderstorm is coming. Both Marine and Admiral are not stupid. At this time, what is the point of fighting? Although the power of Whitebeard's shock fruit is terrifying, there is still a damping process. No matter how big the waves are, it is impossible to drown people. But Yefeng is different. Once remnant Taka's heat is released, even people will be directly roasted. What's going on here? Aokiji in the sea, looking at his hands in disbelief. Because he just found out. His freezing ability is completely disabled. Frozen fruit loses power. You can't freeze seawater by yourself. Could it be that guy? Does your heat overwhelm my ice and evaporate the ice before it freezes? Aokiji was dripping with sweat. If so, what is the temperature in Yefeng Shenzhen? How many thousand degrees? Or tens of millions of degrees? On the surface of the sea, Akatsuki organized a group of people and members of the Whitebeard pirates to step on the blue water like walking on the ground. Originally, after encountering so many strange emergencies one after another, Marine was a bit confused. First, the aircraft carrier Moby Dick descended from the sky. Then there's the rejuvenation of Whitebeard. Then there is the power of Whitebeard's fruit and Yefeng's fire sword. Marine originally thought that they could have a good fight with Whitebeard, but they didn't even touch Whitebeard's fingers, and were directly repelled several times. And now, this group of people is standing directly in the sea. Standing barefoot in the sea? What the hell is going on with Nima? Whoa! Where did the Whitebeard pirates go to practice? How did they all get so strong? And there are a lot of new faces. Who are those? Standing directly on the ocean? Am I dazzled? Audiences around the world were stunned. 4 emperors, Shichibukai, heavenly dragons. Even the biggest boss in the world of Hai, Yumuo, was stunned. Whitebeard, what are you waiting for? Give them some shock fruit. Yefeng put away the remaining fire sword. It can't release heat all the time, otherwise all the sea creatures will have to be killed by it. No problem. Whitebeard shook his fists again. It crashed hard into the space barrier. Right after, at sea level, tens of nautical miles ahead, a white shoreline suddenly rose up, which was the aftermath caused by the shock fruit, a huge tsunami. Not good. A tsunami is coming. Hundreds of thousands of Marines were shocked. Facing such a rapid and violent wave, it is impossible for them to be safe and sound. The huge wave was getting closer and closer, and it had changed from a thin thread to a wall of water of more than 30 meters. Aokiji immediately activated the power of frozen fruit. But because he was burned by the heat of the remaining flame sword at this time, and the temperature of the sea water has become warmer, his freezing speed has become extremely slow. However, it is also the strongest freeze ability in Pirate World. At the critical moment, Aokiji will still be frozen in ice. The faces of the people were pale, and they formed a line very consciously. Whitebeard chuckled, "Ajeb. Ajeb, not bad, so the question is over, how do you freeze the next 20 rounds?" The voice fell. Whitebeard's fist seemed to convulse, and he hit the space barrier 20 times. Original text in. The fights in One Piece world are very unpleasant, a fight that drags on and on. When the two sides are fighting, they first have a bite, then a warm-up, then a little 20% of their strength, then 30% of their strength, 50% of their strength, and then switch between battles. Anyway, I just can't do my best. Just like in the original book, when Luffy and Flamingo fight, there are obviously 4 gears, and Nima doesn't need it all the time. In the end, after using it, the battery life will not last up to 3 or 2 times. Now it's different. Now, with Yefeng's guidance, these pirates know how to use their abilities. That is to say, make me all the big moves in one fell swoop. Why do you hide? And why isn't it fighting the owners? After a round of big moves, people can die, and there's no chance you'll play a small card. And judging from Yefeng's current combat effectiveness here, how can there be a small card? Normal people are bomb. After 20 hits of shock fruit, the whole world is shaking. Hundreds of kilometers from the naval headquarters, countless huge waves are rolling. At first glance, those waves were hundreds of meters high. Such a terrifying tsunami, no organization in the pirate world can resist it. I'm going to stop the tsunami. Aokiji grew angry with fear. Where have you seen such a large tsunami? If they don't stop, even if this wave is captured, their naval headquarters will have to be finished. So get on your bike right away. Dash into the distance at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Naval headquarters. Whitebeard's side has already started, and Sengoku and others can no longer be there. Hey, why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Akainu yelled at the crowd below. This is Shishibukai, who was brought in as a helper. No matter what purpose they come here, whether they are volunteers or not, the people are in the forefront, they are the first line of defense, and naturally they cannot sit idly by and watch. Even if it's for soy sauce, you have to act like that a bit. Okay, then let me start. Just now there seemed to be a guy with a knife, and he was my opponent. With a hiss, Hawkeye my hawk drew the black sword pointed at Yefeng, and brought down a huge and powerful slash. A huge sword energy surged out, tearing through the ice field at the speed of a Zagetsu meteor, and smashed into Yefeng, who was standing on the boat. If it was someone else, if Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, was cut in front of him, he would definitely be afraid to pee. It will get the fastest escape velocity to evacuate the scene. However, Yefeng is different. With various heaven-defying skills on his body, he doesn't even bother to be the #1 swordsman in the world. Can the #1 swordsman of the pirate world be as powerful as the vice captain of the Shinigami World Guardian 13? Furthermore, what he is holding is the strongest Zanpakuto in all of Soul Society, and he has Arrancar's steel skin on his body. Slash. Laozi doesn't even raise an eyebrow. The world's #1 swordsman, can I wear my shoes? Boom. The enormous sword energy rushed towards Yefeng like a whale, engulfing his entire body. Suddenly there was a huge wave in the surrounding sea. Countless sea pirates were overturned by this huge sword energy. Humph, why didn't you block it? Is this guy too confident? Hawkeye snorted coldly. As far as he can remember, no one has ever been able to take down their first shot head-on without getting hurt. This Yefeng, if you don't die, you will be seriously injured. However, in the tense expectation of all, Sud. Yefeng was unharmed in the smoke, calmly waved his hand to push the smoke away. Then he looked puzzled, is that all? In this instant, the eyes of the entire scene of the naval headquarters, Admiral, Marine, Shishibukai. The audiences around the world could not help but widen. What is the situation? Unharmed? Damn it. Hawkeye's slash was directly blocked. Is this guy so fierce? Who the hell is he? He was able to take a hit from Hawkeye head-on without losing a hair. In the marina and the auditorium, people kept screaming. Hawkeye himself was dumbstruck. You must know his swordsmanship. With a single strike, he can cut through even stone, steel, even giant mountains and seas. But he didn't even cut a single hair off Yefeng. Who the hell is this guy? Why are you still standing there? Call me. Yefeng marked his fingers towards 7 warlords of the sea. Shishibukai was originally going to make soy sauce, but after being provoked by him, they couldn't sit still and rushed forward. And on Whitebeard's side, the fight is fierce too. Pushing all the way horizontally, a group of people crushed by the black pressure, went straight to the execution platform. It was originally in the original book. Whitebeard wanted to wait until the army had advanced to the square before making a move, but a stupid son named Big Spider was tricked by Akainu, and then walked up and stabbed him in the waist. Before the fight began, Whitebeard's waist was cut off by his own people, and his fighting strength was directly cut in half. But now it's different, that guy named Big Spider has no chance of being fooled at all. Also, Whitebeard's body has returned to its peak due to Big Wolf's surgery. Whitebeard right now when they fight is almost the same as Madara. As fierce as a bull. Wow, hit one. Don't back down, charge into the plaza and destroy the marine battery. Everyone. Hit me hard. If you don't defeat this bunch of pirate shit today, they'll be cleansed. Whitebeard issued loud orders to his subordinates, and the entire staff was ready to die, not even scowling on the way to the fight. As for Sengoku, seeing how fierce the opponent's offense is, they also started yelling at each other. Give it to me. Sink the Moby Dick and kill Whitebeard. Whitebeard first. Focus on Whitebeard. Create opportunities for the Admiral. It must be said that Sengoku is also very upset. He and Whitebeard are old men in their 60s and 70s. They should have enjoyed the joy of having their grandchildren at home, but in reality they wanted to kill each other. If it wasn't for some bullshit order from above, he really didn't want to face Whitebeard head on. Wouldn't it be nice to live in peace and stability for the last 2 years, and then retire to receive a pension? I have to fight Whitebeard. It turned out to be good now. He not only became younger, but also hired a group of powerful helpers. Can you beat me here? Come on, come on, come on. We have an absolute advantage here. Take Whitebeard's head. Kill Whitebeard, surprise the 4 emperors. Long live the Navy. The sound of screaming and murder was deafening, and the ears were full of screaming and wailing. In this situation, no one cares whether the companions around them are alive or dead, because even they themselves can die at any moment. Dad, dad. Woo 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 woo. Ace on the execution platform screamed hoarsely, tears streaming down a bench. He was very moved to see so many comrades fighting bloody battles for him. Ace. Don't say anything, just wait there. Be patient, Dad, I'll get you out right away. Whitebeard looked at his son very confidently, and Ace looked at his young father, tears still uncontrollable. Don't worry, your father, I am now an admiral of the Akatsuki organization. Yefeng is not the only one in our Xiao organization. After Whitebeard finished speaking. On the huge aircraft carrier USS Moby Dick. Dozens of figures whistled. Hey, since you're here, let's play with you. Naruto, Little Sakura, Deidara, Haiden, Kakuzu. 0. Ask for flowers. The Akatsuki army officially joins the battlefield. Grandpa Madara moves his joints, jumps in the air, and jumps out of the splint. Hey Yefeng, who's the strongest here? What's the one in your hand called Shichibukai, divided between me? Yefeng was playing around with Shichibukai, and he quickly replied, these people are for me to warm up to, there is a blind man there who can also summon meteors, go fight him. Well, I hope that I can be stronger. Grandpa Madara crossed his arms and walked through the crowd in a very arrogant manner. Hashirama next to him is like an Aoki bodyguard serving the concubine. When he runs into a rushing marine, she beats him to death. Protect Lord Madara. TNND. What is the combat power of this group of people? Is there such a strong person in the sea? Looking down, the members of the Akatsuki organization entered the arena, all kinds of fire lights, water lights, thunder lights. Flying everywhere. Melee, basically one hit at a time. Marine was hit with teeth all over the place. I thought that by hanging out with so many people, it would cause Whitebeard some losses, and it would be better to kill them directly. Turned out to be at a disadvantage. Green Bull. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Akinu shouted loudly, and another green student, the Admiral, also quickly left the field. Standing up abruptly, the pupils shrank to precise points. With a hiss, the green bull disappeared into place, and the next second, the green bull faced Fujitora, who were facing Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Ah, what a terrifying murderous look, is this the strongest admiral? The green bull originally had a cold expression, but after hearing Hashirama's words, he laughed out loud, humph, it's not the strongest, but it's enough to deal with your bugs. It's a blessing not to see things. There are too many dirty people in the world. Fujitora also ended up squatting. He pulled out his knife and muttered, Firefest. In an instant, the gravel on the field floated into the air, and then a large number of meteors fell, falling towards Madara. But Lord Madara and Hashirama are still as calm as a mountain and as old dogs right now. Without dodging, she stood still and accepted the attack with a smile. The next second, a huge Susanoo exploded, engulfing Madara and Hashirama's bodies in it, preventing all damage. "Oh, are you the admiral who played with meteorites?" Grandpa Madara had a cold expression. He asked for a cold pill. At the same time, on the execution platform. "Damn it. Even the gods of the other world can't stop Marine's justice. At this point, I have to go to the battlefield myself." Seeing Madara and the others, their bodies were wrapped in a strange skull head. Commander Sengoku couldn't sit still. Ripping off his cloak, Sengoku jumped off the scaffolding. Marine Commander Sengoku, known as the resourceful general in the early years, usually does not show his mountains and commands the entire army from the rear, so many Marines have never seen their own marshal do nothing. However, his strength is beyond doubt. He can rise from the grassroots level to the position of Navy commander step by step. His strength is not inferior to any admiral, including Akainu and Aokiji. Whether it is Garp in the same period, or Zephyr who has retreated to the second line, Sengoku's strength is not inferior, and even because of the cold and resourceful mind of 760, it looks even more terrifying. The heinous man. The arrogant intruder, the heinous pirate. I will punish you personally. A dazzling light flashed, and on the ground of the plaza, a golden giant stood up. Marshal Sengoku is out. The golden body of the Buddha is pierced into the ice sheet, the solemnity and majesty remain intact. Even under the golden light shining all over the sky, the majestic coercion is even more violent than before. Everyone was shocked, they knew that Sengoku had shown his full strength just now. Little devil, your technique seems very interesting, is it also an item system? Sengoku asked, pointing to Madara Susan's head. It's not an elemental system, but what is this technique you took out? What is the purpose of taking out this toy-like Buddha statue? Listen to this. Sengoku was stunned. Toy. His Zoan human fruit phantom beast, the form of the great Buddha, is actually said to be a toy? Sengoku was so angry that his fists became harder and harder. All fruit, which is the best among the devil fruits. After eating, he can turn into a huge golden Buddha statue, which can send out powerful shock waves. But its actual effect is to allow the eater to gain a Buddha-like power. Wisdom, spirit. Combining a huge body like a Buddha with a smart mind and perfect abilities, allow yourself to become the ultimate person with mental and physical abilities. Sengoku, who has the aptitude of a king, can be said to be even more powerful after obtaining the Buddha-shaped fruit of all. He once relied on this fruit ability to bring Whitebeard and Luoji to their deaths multiple times. In the entire Navy admiral, he is also the best existence. But now, to be despised by others. Hey, brat. Don't get too carried away. We are going to the war. Sengoku roared. It's just that in the next second, the idea of starting a war that he had just had was shattered. Rinnegan, exuding lavender, moved impressively, and the dark blue chakra flame ignited. Purple energy armor engulfed Madara, every translucent rib visible. The real and complete Susan is developing at a rapid rate. In this instant, Sengoku panicked. Marine panicked. Shishibukai, Whitebeard pirates, and the entire world were in a panic. It is not impossible. What is that thing? Crow Tengu, that's an evil ghost. Just now, Lord Madara, in order to resist the meteor, only released a small part of Susan. But now, in order to show Sengoku what it means to be truly huge, he decided to draw out his power. Master Madara has a full body, and his physique is not comparable to that of ordinary Susan. You know, this thing was capable of being as tough as Hashirama Buddha's top painting. The height of the Buddha at the top is about 1,000 meters. This Suzo is at least 500 meters long. What is the concept of 500 meters? The general office building has a floor height of 3 meters too. If it is 30 stories tall, it belongs to the height of a normal CBD office building. That's 100 meters. 500 meters. That's as high as 4 or 5 office buildings stacked together. Even if a person stands at his feet and looks up, he can't see the top of his head. Blue Susan continued to grow her lower body and legs, and when she stood up, her volume increased significantly. Before long, the blue giant Susan, covering the sky and covering the sun, stands in the sea, with 4 arms and 2 wings on her back, with fearful power, like a god of death. What's that? What a great summons! It's even bigger than the boat Whitebeard drove. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Not only Marine, but even the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but take a few steps back to distance themselves. Suzanu's appearance completely subverted his perception of Madara and Hashirama, 2 super bullies. Master Madara, take it easy, don't kill everyone at once. Leave some practice for others. Yefen warned from the side. Ken. Madara was as still as a mountain, with a condensed expression, and looked at the entire naval headquarters with a look of looking down at the ants. So. Put your hands together and clap in the air. Immediately, a complex circle of tadpoles appeared on Lan Susaku's body. Are you ready? Madara's stern eyes pierced straight into the hearts and souls of Fujitora and Green Bull. At the same time, seep into the heart of Sengoku too. Don't panic. Let me use meteors to deal with him. Fujitora drew his side knife, trying to summon the meteor again. But this time, he obviously felt something was wrong. My meteor seemed to be blocked by something. Something bigger, more expansive. FZ+. Something was screaming faintly. It was like the mourning of the wild beasts and the crying of the earth. A huge unknown shadow suddenly engulfed the entire sky of Malinvan. Like the accumulation of clouds, like the arrival of night. Suddenly, 0.6 clouds turn red. The exaggerated force pushes and tears the heaven and earth, and the air waves visible to the naked eye are moving away to both sides. All the Marines looked up at the sky together. All the people were pale and clenched their fists. Many people's fingertips were embedded in their flesh in anger, and what's more, they were so scared that they knelt on the spot and collapsed on the ground. That is. Even the expression of the majestic 7 warlords of the sea froze at this moment. Looking at the sky like a bunch of fools, the pupils enlarged uncontrollably. In the sky, a huge meteor with a diameter of more than 300 meters broke through the clouds and fell vertically towards the ground. The volume is so large that it can block out the sky and the sun, enough to turn the surface, the ocean, and the land within several kilometers into ruins. Tenge Shinsei. How is this possible? Is this the gap in strength? Are you kidding me? The force is not in one dimension. Seeing the meteor almost covering the sky in the distance, everyone in the naval headquarters seemed to have been exhausted in strength, and only despair was left in their hearts. Lie. At this moment, Sengoku and the others felt 10,000 muddy horses rush past. What happened? Meteorite. How can there be such a big meteor? If I remember correctly, the meteorites summoned by he who are only a few kilometers in diameter at most. It can be cut into pieces with a single knife. But now this. Up to 200 or 300 meters in diameter. Not to mention cutting it down, if this collapses, the entire naval headquarters will be finished. Don't back down. Show your fighting spirit, experience. At this moment, a white-haired old man in a cloak resounded like a hammer, resounding throughout the entire sea. Vice Admiral Garp. Marine's hero. The Tekken world's toughest man. Sengoku. You cover me. Try to send me there. 09. Garp's orders were so unquestionable that even Sengoku had to listen. Sengoku left the battlefield, charged directly, and used the Buddha's rebound power to rush into the sky. Yes. It's Garp. There's one more. Garp. Master Garp is coming up too. Marine's two strongest are on. There should be hope. There should be. Seeing the two members running towards the meteor desperately, Yefeng was slightly surprised. Is this going to recreate a famous scene? Kaka kaka. The monstrous beam of golden light continuously shoots out from Sengoku's hand, rushing into the sky. And at the forefront of that costume, is Garp. Garp. Coming soon. You don't need to remind me. In the pirate world, Hokage is the most advanced skill. Like Rinnegan, Sharingan. But in terms of physical abilities, pirate world's physical abilities are much stronger. The strongest body art in the Hokage world is the 8 inner gates, and their strength can break mountains. But in the world of pirates, there is something as powerful as 8 inner gates. One of the most famous gymnastics is Garp the Fist. Anyone who knows Garp knows that he has always convinced people with virtue, educated people with his mouth, and never uses his hands. But if you start doing it, it won't be easy. Back then, in order to defeat Qing Xiao, Garp shook his head and used mountains to practice his fists, and finally, he smashed 8 mountains apart. In the duel with Qing Xiao, he directly smashed his proud head cone. In the old days, Luoji, the pirate king who was playing all over the world, faced Garp. In the end, Luoji, the worthy One Piece king, was struck with black hair by his iron fist and fled across the world. Back then, Golden Lion refused to agree and wanted to reason with him, but this time Garp didn't follow the routine and chose to fight directly instead of reasoning with him. Golden Lion was beaten on the spot and sent to a private room, and then he became a disabled person directly. Even at his age now, Garp's strength is not to be underestimated. Sengoku. Pick me up again. Accelerate. Older gingers are spicier. Faced with such a situation, the experienced Chushin Garp has the absolute right to speak. It is very difficult to break the meteor alone. But if you take advantage of the speed difference between the two sides and let the speeds add up, the buying power will increase considerably. It's like trading blows with a move in tomorrow's fight. Yi. Sengoku's golden clash of the Mediterranean Sea. Accumulate all the power and import it madly. Garp was like sitting on a rocket, and he was directly pushed by the huge Buddha light. To drink. With a roar, the black haki wrapped around his body, and Garp's entire body became stiffer several times. 2 iron fists rushed towards the huge meteor falling from the sky with the power of cannonballs. Haki oscillates and crashes, the earth rumbles, and the center of the fiercely collided meteorite directly breaks a bottomless fault. The meteor actually stalled for a moment at a distance of 1,000 meters above Marineford. Oh! I can't think of anyone here who can block my meteorite. Grandpa Madara clapped several times. Hashirama also nodded in praise. An old man in a family is like a treasure. Grandpa Madara said, it's commendable. In the ninja world, the only one who can withstand my meteor at that age is probably that Oniki kid. While Garp continues to produce combat power, the ever-extending shadow area on the surface of the sea has stopped growing. The crazy fists hit the meteorite like raindrops, and the huge meteorite began to gradually break into pieces under the destructive attack. Roar! Countless gravels crashed and hit the ice surface, causing ripple layers of whitish ice. And after seeing this scene, the entire marine is boiling. Blocked. Master Garp. The meteor is locked. Garp-sama. Sengoku-sama. Together, the two of you stop the meteor. A miracle is a miracle at all. The Marines jumped up and down, frantically waving their bayonets and weapons, celebrating this incredible and fantastic victory. However, Yefeng's expression in the sky at this moment is becoming more and more strange. Hey, this operation, this reaction. Could it be possible to reproduce the famous scene? Just as Yefeng's voice fell. Not bad. Uchiha Madara made such an exclamation almost at the same time. And in the next second, it was the same again, just like the famous scene in the legendary 880, muttering into his mouth, "But what are you going to do with the next 10? Instant. In the sky, the cloud suddenly evaporated. The second huge meteor that covered the sky fell vertically. Boom. Earthquakes rang out and two giant meteors collided, causing a terrifying explosion. Blew it? A great force crashed from the contact surface of the meteor. How could Garp resist it? With a puff, old blood gushed out, the viscera were damaged, and the body was seriously injured. But the scariest thing is yet to come. Huge meteorites lined up next to each other, one after another, falling from the sky non-stop. 10 in all. And your target location is exactly the naval headquarters, which is at the height of the sun and symbolizes the absolute authority of the sea, Marine Fort. Lord Madara's idea is simple. Since you're here to save people, then kill everyone, wouldn't it be over? Even if the boy named Ace is crushed to death, he still has impure world reincarnation and Rhine Tensei. Scared? So smash everything. In fact, this is something you will do. Looking at the huge 10 meteors in the sky, Hashirama helplessly shook his head. And below the surface of the sea, the sound of crackling and crushing that echoed in the sky was mixed. There is a mess everywhere, dust and smoke everywhere. The entire naval headquarters was torn apart by meteor bowls. There is no need to explain at all. As long as the brain continues to function normally, everyone knows that this battle is a one-sided slap in the face. Even with the Navy Admiral in command, but in the face of this devastating force, everything is nothing. Hey Madara, didn't I tell you to keep a hand? How did you make the scene so bad? Hashirama shook his head with a headache. He clearly agreed to only release a meteor, but the Madara kid actually launched a shuttle. The naval headquarters is completely destroyed. Is that kid named Ace still around? It's all a question. Wood-style wood golem jutsu. Hashirama runs quickly, using the massive wood-style chakra to summon the wood golem and wood dragon. Immediately, over 100 meters away, the Arhat wood golem, as tall as an Optimus pillar, appeared out of nowhere. Immediately after, a long-nosed wood dragon that stretched for hundreds of meters with spikes wrapped around the wood golem. Those pirates, spectators. At this moment, everyone stared wide-eyed in horror, and felt that their breathing had almost stopped. What's happening? Come again. Isn't that huge crow Tengu just now his strongest weapon? This long-haired fellow actually casually clapped his hands and called out to a wood golem that was the same size as Ye Tengu. Under the horrified gaze of a group of people, Hashirama drove the wood golem and began to move the meteor leisurely. Help clean up the battlefield. This moment, the Holy Land, Marijoice, is the center of a huge building that is inaccessible to ordinary people and covers an area of tens of kilometers. 5 tall old men with different appearances were gathering around the room, looking at the TV in front of them to watch the live broadcast. These are 5 elders. The supreme leader of the world government, whose status is higher than the commander-in-chief of the entire world government army, and the absolute figure second only to final boss Yi in the entire pirate world. Originally, today's execution, 5 elders is inevitable. Marine's public execution of Ace has 2 meanings. First, it's a warning to pirates around the world. Your arms can't twist your thighs, the pirates will be defeated by justice, even the son of One Piece is no exception. And the second purpose is to spy on the history of the 4 emperors. Although the 4 emperors have been famous all over the world for many years, what is the true strength of the 4 emperors? How high is the threat to the world's government? Nobody knows. Because One Piece world is so big. So many organizations, so many pirate groups, newcomers emerging every year, scattered in the sea, all kinds of treasures, devil fruit. In addition, pirate world does not have efficient and powerful monitoring methods such as mobile phones, QR codes, etc., so it is completely lost for the development of maritime forces. It's just that occasionally people say that so and so fought in an important area again, and killed a certain important person, and then increased the bounty. As for how to kill people, what kind of strength and movements those pirates have, 5 elders have no idea at all. No satellite transmission. So, taking advantage of this public execution of Ace today, the 5 elders wanted to take this opportunity to take a look at the strength of the 4 emperors. Look how strong they are. Look how destructive these people's devil fruit is, how strong is Haki. Let's see if they can be strong enough to fight against the world government. But then, after executing Ace and destroying Whitebeard's pirate group, the world government will immediately launch a war against the other 4 emperors and wipe them all out. But after experiencing the short battle just now, the 5 elders completely gave up, and even felt a little scared. Riding a horse. Is the strength of the 4 emperors really that strong? A mere group of Whitebeard pirates beat the entire marine to the north without even starting a war? Marine has collected 100,000 horses here. All the way admiral, vice admiral. 7 warlords of the sea. Even some reserve players, like Tenhu and Luniu, were brought in. As a result, only 2 of them made moves and almost destroyed the entire naval headquarters. 5 elders was stunned. In order to balance the situation at sea, they specially created the 7 warlords of the sea. To prove that it can be said to be useless. The combined strength of the entire Shishibukai is probably enough to stop a 4 emperors, and 1 more, or even 1 more captain, definitely won't be able to stop it. Even funnier is that Hawkeye Nima, known as the world's #1 swordsman, fought against others, but he didn't even break the opponent's skin. It is estimated that they will fight twice with the captains and cotters on the ship of the 4 emperors, and it may not be done. If you really want to meet the 4 emperors, you will definitely only need to be defeated. This is not good to continue like this. At this moment, 5 elders were feeling extremely heavy in their hearts. For God's sake, 5 elders didn't count. Whitebeard invited a group of foreign aid, and it was a hideously strong group of thugs. It moves beyond the level of comprehension, crushing battles. The entire naval headquarters was almost instantly defeated without any power to fight back. And through the live broadcast of the Whitebeard pirates, the 5 elders became aware of the fact that the collapse of the world government may be near. You should know that this farce was broadcast live simultaneously all over the world. Originally, he wanted to scare those pirates and let them know about Marine's strength. As a result, it came out like this now. A Whitebeard pirate group has already embarrassed Marine so much. What about the remaining 3? Going to see a show? You must know that pirates are all vicious people. They will never miss this opportunity. The previous Marine always boasted that he was superior to others. Wear the uniform of justice. Talking and doing things also symbolizes absolute justice. And the Nyolis Marine base, which is now the supreme authority, was completely destroyed by a person brought by Whitebeard in just a few seconds. No scum left. This kind of operation is undoubtedly a heaven-sounding slap in the face for the world government, which is enthusiastically involved in the live broadcast. What about Marine first and justice first? Is it said that good things are sacred and inviolable, and majesty is not allowed to be defiled? What the hell? They not only pushed the tower, but rushed directly into the pool of blood, and even broke the pool of blood for you. Now that Whitebeard has shown that Marine is vulnerable, what are all the pirates waiting for? Join forces to attack the naval headquarters now. Battle scene. Hashirama's wood golem kept moving the meteor summoned by Lord Madara. This scene was originally very kind and beautiful, but at this moment it seems extremely scary. Co-written by the Whitebeard pirates and helping to clean up the battlefield? What do these people think of fighting for life and death? Quality. Naval Headquarters Hall. Admiral Akinu rose from the ruins, looking at the disordered landscape around him with a dazed expression. Who I am? Where I am? What happened? Akinu arrived with a quality triple. He clearly remembered that he was still on the execution platform before, and he was ready to kill Ace in a bravado. But suddenly a wave of people came. Then there is no more. The naval headquarters seems to be destroyed. Hey Akinu, come out for me. Beside him, a nonchalant male voice sounded over Akinu's head. Look for. It was a young man dressed in black and carrying a black blade. It was Ye Feng who led the crowd to riot at the scene of the execution. Bastard! I'll kill you. Akinu was enraged. But where did Ye Feng give him a chance to pretend? Raising your hand is a knife? Whoosh! The monstrous black light directly slashed at Akinu's arm with a sharp sword aura. He immediately cuts off Akinu's magma arm on the spot. That. His hand was being cut off every minute, and Akinu let out a violent scream. But he hasn't given up the attack yet and is still rushing forward. 940. With another blow, Yuya Tianchong severed one of Akinu's legs on the spot. Boom! Akinu fell heavily to the ground, panting heavily. Looking at Akinu who was panting like an old dog in front of him, Ye Feng smiled slightly, tisk tisk tisk, as expected from the owner of Lava Lava Fruit, who was cut into such a shape, but not dead yet. Akinu wanted to say something, but couldn't open his mouth. The Lava Lava Fruit that he was so proud of had no backhand power against Ye Feng's knife. Clear. You should know that Tensai Zanjutsu is not an ordinary knife. In terms of sharpness, it can beat all the supreme sharp knives in the entire pirate world. Coupled with the fact that Ye Feng's strength is so strong now, Yuya Tiankong's power is naturally no small matter. Perhaps even Conqueror's Haki couldn't withstand Tensai Zanjutsu slash. You bastard! Akinu cursed with all his might, but in the next second he knew he was wrong. Another black light flashed. Akinu's other arm was also severed. Still stubborn, old man? Ye Feng asked with a sullen smile while holding the knife. You. Akinu's, ajtk, is noisy. In Ye Feng's view, this is a sign that he is still not convinced. So. Grab the knife. Cut off one of Akinu's feet. Old bastard, even Garp and Sengoku were beaten by my subordinates. Little Admiral, dare to pretend in front of me, do you know that this is a capital offense? Right now, Akinu was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Both hands and feet were cut off, and the whole person was cut into a stick. Kill. That. Kill me. Akinu yelled with all his might. But Ye Feng was shocked and looked at him in disbelief. What are you talking about, Master Marine? I am a good law-abiding citizen and I don't kill people. Then what do you want? Ye Feng thought for a while, then smiled evilly. I will press you into Wuzi Mountain, but facing out. Akinu frowned, at first not understanding the meaning of Ye Feng's words. But after imagining that image in his mind, he immediately panicked. Hey you bastard! Stop it! Be quick! Kill me! Akinu shouted frantically, but Ye Feng ignored him. He just grabbed him by the neckline and tossed him onto the execution platform. Then a Shunpo returned to Blackbeard. At this time, Blackbeard was also in a daze. Because the battle happened so fast. Originally, they fought very slowly in One Piece world. For a unique one-on-one challenge, both parties have to talk for half an hour. Not to mention the periodic release of force. For example, put 10% of the other's strength first to test it, and then 50% to 80% after the job is done. In the end it was 100% full strength. In short, if a set sets, it will be absolutely useless within 3 to 5 hours. And there are so many people today, logically speaking, it should be a big fight, but who would have thought that they would be killed in seconds? What do you want to do? Looks like he's on Whitebeard's crew, too. Looking at the two bloody sticks on the ground, he frowned slightly, then released the crazy diamond, performed a repair operation on the two people, and stopped the bleeding. Maybe they will kill him. And I don't like to kill everything. As a good boy who grew up under the red flag and loves peace, I try to keep a hand when I can. At this moment, Yefeng suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room again, causing everyone to panic. As a punishment for failure, I will push these two people to the beginning of the Great Line, which is under Levis Mountain, and then their buttocks will face out. As you can see, World Marine has been defeated head-on by our Whitebeard pirates, and was easily killed in seconds. Walking on the execution platform, Yefeng brought a phone bug for the live broadcast. Could it be that these two were killed by him? Ahem, that. Sengoku, Garp, and a group of Marines who were still in a daze raised their heads and nervously looked up at the sky above the execution platform. Besides Akainu and Blackbeard, the entire audience is paying attention. I think that the wise people have already seen that the two parties are not at the same level of combat power at all. Holding Blackbeard in hand, Yefeng released Shunpo and returned to the execution platform. Since he was Whitebeard's guest helper, he would definitely not be courteous to him. Yefeng swung the knife with one hand. However, it is not entirely without punishment. Also cut into human sticks. Then, sitting on Ace Blackbeard, he pointed the phone bug at himself and started the live broadcast. Look, that guy's is Admiral Akainu. Blackbeard recoiled in horror, his legs weakening. All passing Marines can come visit, and... So who is that guy? Even live. At this time, the audience outside of the pirates' world was already in chaos. Hey, why don't you? There was an evil smile at the corner of Yefeng's mouth. Just seeing Akainu Admiral being crushed under Five Finger Mountain by himself is a bit lonely, and then finding someone to be with. Are you still watching the live stream? Yefeng started to speak. Finished. For example, for the two main parties involved in this farce of execution, Akainu and Blackbeard, I spared their lives. The exaggerated combat power of the Whitebeard pirates killed 100,000 admirals in the pirate headquarters in seconds, and the world was in crisis. With two hisses, Blackbeard's thighs and hands were cut off on the spot. In the next few words, Yefeng spoke in a very slow voice. Although it is slow, the impact it brings is not ordinary. After hearing his explanation, countless female audiences blushed and bashfully lowered their heads. And those male audiences clapped wildly and cheered. Throw Akainu and Blackbeard at the start of the Grand Line, under Mount Levis, with their butts out. Wow! This trick is amazing. May I ask who you are? How could you think of such a cruel method? Good boy, I'm just a good guy. I only heard that Marines' methods are ruthless, but compared to you little brother, it's much worse. Hurry up brother. Push them. I'll come visit me right away. This is the rhythm of two people who can't take care of themselves. The whole world is boiling. Especially those pirates. You must know that the pirates in the sea have been wandering outside for the whole year, they accumulated a lot of food, and they have nowhere to vent their anger. And for people like Marine and traders, I hate them to the bone, and I can't wait to kill them. Now that Yefeng actually said to bring out Blackbeard and Akainu's, it's very exciting to think about. Do not be in a hurry to say, is there anyone who can do it? Pirates have many weapons like knives, clubs, maces, axes. These weapons. And there are so many strange races on the Great Road. Like beasts, orangutans, etc. Those guys don't care if you're a man or a woman. Choose the cheap ones that are available. At this moment, Blackbeard and Akainu are completely dumbstruck. Her eyes widened in horror, unable to say a word. Especially Akainu. When he was a Navy admiral, he was used to dominate. Never take those pirates seriously. The special punishment that Yefeng is preparing for him is even more miserable than those criminals imprisoned in Impel Down. What the hell? Is this something humans can do? So let's get started. Night Breeze smiled. So. He stretches out his hand and pulls out a huge black cavity in the air. Then the two of them were thrown directly. It takes us less than a minute to reach Levis Mountain. Then, spiritual riots and crazy pink diamonds broke out. Do. After a violent beating, the bodies of Blackbeard and Akine emerged with the rocks of the mountain. Although fused together, the heads and tails of the two remain intact. Bastard. Come on. Asshole, kill me quick. Don't mess with these things. Yes. Just. Kill us. The two roared frantically. But how could Yefeng care? He has decided. In the future, when I meet those damn special guys, like Danzo, I'll take all of them to this place to press the mountain. Head to one side, buttocks out. Maybe. This will become another beautiful pirate world scenery. Open the black cavity. Yefeng put his hands in his pockets, as if he had completed some important mission. He walked towards the execution platform in no hurry. Feel like you are bathed in golden light? And audiences around the world are looking forward to the final outcome of this battle. Seems a bit unsatisfactory. Yefeng shook his head regretfully. In order to fight the summit war, he has made enough preparations. Kill sheep and find Big Wolf, restore Whitebeard to his youth, and build such a huge aircraft carrier. In the end, Nima, there was such a big disaster, and Madara crushed all 100,000 Marines with just a few stones. It's a bit unsatisfying. It might be too soon to go back now. And just killing these Marines, there's no sense of accomplishment. After all, the biggest boss in the pirate world is still hiding in the dark and hasn't come out. After sitting in front of the camera and thinking for a while, Yefeng slowly raised his head. And the audience all over the world seemed to be waiting for him. Everyone held their breath and didn't say a word. Ahem, is anyone still watching? I have something to say. Yefeng moistened his throat. Originally, I thought that with the Marine Force, we could have more fun. But now it seems that he was too optimistic. Since it's still early, let's add some more entertainment. All the pirates gather. How about we go attack the 5 elders together? As soon as this statement came out. 0. The entire pirate world was silent for a few seconds. So. All the seas and lands erupted in violent exclamations. What? 5 elders. The 5 elders who rule the world and are above the marine. The royal controller of this world. It's crazy, it's crazy. All are crazy. Especially those pirates. Ever since they set foot on the journey to the sea, they have been intimidated by the world government and have lived like rats across the street. And the legendary 5 elders are a high-level life and existence. They never thought of that before. And now, someone actually said that they would be led to attack the 5 elders. How crazy. At the same time. After hearing Yefeng's words, the 5 elders that were far away in the Holy Land trembled in fear and broke out in cold sweat. That. Him. What the hell is he trying to do? Who the hell is this guy? At the execution stand. Yefeng still looked calm and collected, as if he was saying something so crazy. To him, it was just like eating and drinking, normal. Yefeng was not in a hurry and continued. Before I attack the 5 elders, there is one more thing I want to tell you. That is the truth about the text of the story. As soon as these words came out, the entire world was in an uproar again. What is he saying? The truth of the historical text. This is impossible. Not just the 5 elders, but all the pirates in the sea, the people on the land, the navy, the admiral, Shishibukai, the 4 emperors. All of them, their pupils were constricted and they couldn't speak. The main text of the story, which is the past that the world government tried to hide, is a great mystery of the whole world. As a pirate, there are two things I want to know the most. First, the One Piece treasure left behind by One Piece King Luoji, and second, the historical text. When Yefen was watching anime, it was these two things that kept his appetite hanging, wanting to know the truth about these two things. As a result, this appetite has been suspended for more than 20 years, and the truth has not yet been published. However, after some research and exploration, Yefen has grasped the truth of the historical text. He is going to expose this matter now. In the sea, any behavior of studying historical texts will be defined as a crime by the world government, and almost all people related to historical texts have been ruthlessly destroyed by Marine. Have you ever wondered why? Because the 100 years of history have been manipulated by the rulers of the world government. It's 100 years full of blood and blood that can't see the light. They all swallowed nervously. If we say that the One Piece treasure hidden by One Piece King Luoji is the truth that countless pirates want to find, that 100 years of blank history is the truth that every resident of pirate world wants to know. But now, this big secret is actually going to be revealed by an unknown person. What madness! Speaking of which, the world 900 years ago was not like May 67 today. The world was in a cold world. All parts of the world were filled with brutal governments, exploitation, and oppression. The heavenly dragons were in power, the Marines served as lackeys for the heavenly dragons, and the heavenly dragons were superior. The world at that time was a country of democracy, freedom, equality, and prosperity. Its name, you can call it D-country for short. Right after the first sentence was delivered, the faces of the 5 elders in the Holy Land were already pale and sweating profusely. There were even 2 who couldn't bear the pressure and kneeled directly on the ground. Because, what Yefeng said is true. From the first word, it is completely in line with the truth. After moistening his throat, Yefeng continued. And this there's a reason for this. I think anyone who has been to the sea should know that the names of countless prominent people in the Great Voyage line have a letter D in their names, such as Gore D. Luoji, Monkey Luffy, Potter Cass D. Ace, Marshall Teach, Trafalgar D. Voltero. Do you know what this means? Horse, Masaka. Luffy, Ace, and Blackbeard who just got crushed under the mountain. All the people with D in their names, their hearts are about to suddenly stop right now. According to Yefeng, are they related? Even if they are not relatives, are they all descendants of the person who used to be called D-country? One Piece King Luoji once said, even if the bloodline is cut, its flame will not be extinguished, and it has been continuously inherited from the distant past like this, and one day in the future, there will be people who can transport these hundreds of thousands of people. Years of history, people who challenged the world. A person's name is generally made up of 3 parts, first name, middle name, and last name. Among them, the first and last names correspond to first and last, and the middle name is usually the name of a member of the family with an important status or a special name. It was only added as a backup, such as Li Xiang's, Zhang Dai. This method of naming like that of One Piece exists in many countries. Especially those big families, in order to allow their family names to be passed down forever, they will add fixed words to the names of their descendants. For example, there are many people named Tom, but very few people named Tom Franklin Hughes Rees. And this Franklin is the middle name, which represents the most important part of the name, not Tom. Speaking of which, people with D in their names in pirate world understand what it means. They are all from country D. D is its common name. They come from the same place, one family, the legacy of the kingdom. Yefeng continued to break the news. Too crazy. As soon as this comment came out, the entire pirate world fell silent. People, pirates, sailors. But no one knows that there is a higher ruler above the 5 elders. They only have one thought in mind. The now retired Don Quixote has the last descendant, Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Everyone's eyes widened in horror, and they couldn't say a word. The country of 100 years ago possessed 2 of the strongest weapons in the world, the devil fruit and the ancient weapon. Thanks to the possession of these 2 absolute powers, the entire world is stable and prosperous, and there is no war. What can you do after being enraged? Were the 5 elders they turned out to be insubordinates? He distributed part of his power to 5 warriors and joined 20 other heavenly dragons to launch a coup together, destroying the symbol of peace and freedom. The country of D, bathed the entire world and built a pattern where a person is in power, occupy the whole world. That is killing Holy Land, blood sacrifice 5 elders. All they know is that the 5 elders rule the world. Kill. What should I do next? I think everyone knows it well. So, that person is not satisfied with the status quo and prepares to rebel, prepares to become the king of the world. Take back control of the world. Flip the minion over and sing. He has nothing to do except sit in front of the TV and watch Yefeng's explosive news. The 20 heavenly dragons are the ancestors of the 19 kings of the Holy Land, but a descendant of the royal family named Don Quixote did not choose to enter the Holy Land, so they were removed from the Holy Land. At this time, Yefeng, after exposing the truth, became more and more cunning. He couldn't do anything to Yefeng. At this time, the Holy Land sent a strong earthquake. And at this time, in the Holy Land, in the deepest space of flowers in Marie-Joyce, on the huge throne of the void, the murderous aura is boiling. Well, I have told you the secrets of the 5 elders and the world government, who have been pretending to be mysterious for a long time. Pirates from all over the world nodded and clenched their fists. Without a black accent, I couldn't even run to the scene. It can be called amazing. I, the biggest boss in the One Piece world, is furious. And the heavenly dragons that changed everything, her name is she is living in the deepest part of Marie-Joyce right now, quietly watching the world. Even with the 5.9 immortality skill, he is still far from Yefeng. So shocking. However, one day, a heavenly dragon was unintentionally transformed by Up fruit, gaining the power of immortality, and in the years that followed, that person's strength increased rapidly, and their strength far exceeded that of the 4 in the sea. The emperors, Shichibukai, have almost reached the strongest existence in the world. Damn heavenly dragons. He enslaved us for centuries. It's time to fight back. Those 5 people are not unknown to you, they are the 5 elders that everyone knows. But yet, a word from One Piece King Luoji caused countless pirates to flock to the sea to find One Piece's treasure like dumplings. Well, what Yefeng said today is to let countless pirates, like mad dogs, enter the Holy Land to regain their lost power and dignity. On the entire surface of the sea, countless large and small pirate groups cheered merrily. The naval headquarters is destroyed. There is no one in the world that can stop me. Hurry. Enter the Holy Land. Take down the head of the 5th star dog. The sky has changed, it has turned around, and the people are the teacher. And Naval General Headquarters. After using observation haki to feel the fiery atmosphere of the entire pirate world, Yefeng also nodded in satisfaction. Yes, not bad. Big problem. Hey Yefeng, what should we do now? That kid named Ace has been rescued. Grandpa Madara walked over and pointed at Ace, who had just been rescued in the distance, and said, "It made me hope to come fight with all my heart, but the opponent is so vulnerable that it's not fun enough." Ha 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 ha, Madara, you're the only one who can be my opponent. 09 Hashirama and Madara said to each other, and Tobirama looked disgusted next to him. Yefeng, on the other hand, shrugged. Forget it, since the matter is over, let's find a place to eat. Eat? Hearing this, a guy in a straw hat next to him immediately rushed over. It was Luffy who was rescued together. Hey, are you the boss of Papa Whitebeard? So young. The Straw Hat Pirates joined one after another. To be honest, they thought that Yefeng was Whitebeard's subordinate before, and they were still sighing. Whitebeard had not seen him for a few days, and yet he found such an amazing subordinate. But after asking around, I found out that this is actually Whitebeard's older brother. Much stronger than Whitebeard. Yes, for dinner, do you want to meet? Yefeng spread his shoulders, not caring that the Straw Hat crew also joined his organization. After all, if you have high-level combat power, you still have to have mid-range powers, right? Otherwise, every time they come out to fight, they will say that they are bullying. We have very picky appetites, why don't you ask Sanji to cook a meal for brother Yefeng? Nami came over to borrow flowers to present to the Buddha, and sold Sanji on the spot. I don't agree, I only cook for pretty women. Sanji is very honest. He spoke his mind without hesitation. Sanji, you idiot. Nami put her foot on Sanji's stomach and quickly pushed him away. Are you crazy? This is someone stronger than Whitebeard. How dare you talk to him like that, you want to die. After being kicked, Sanji somewhat regained his sanity. It seems like just now. It's a bit of a misstep indeed. Go and apologize. Then do your good work and give Master Yefeng a good meal. If you can help him with his golden thigh, then our future Yoko can be said to be a good place to rest. Find the treasure of a part directly. I'm not sure. In fact, she is the smartest woman in the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami was ready to board Yefeng's robber ship in no time. How dare Sanji refuse? Only now did he realize how out of control he was at the moment. If Yefeng was a narrow-minded person, he might have been cut with a knife. Then, like Akainu and Blackbeard, buried under Levis Mountain, buttocks facing out. Sorry, boss Yefeng. My old trouble just happened again. Here are our Straw Hat Pirates, no, the best cuisine in all of the pirate world. After speaking, Sanji immediately greeted everyone and went to his boat wearing straw hats. Then you fry, saute, boil and bake, and a huge table of delicacies comes out. How can people bear it? They gobbled it up one after another. Naruto, I'm going. This craft is amazing. Little Sakura, I thought Kakozu's craft was already very good, but I didn't expect there to be something even better. Are you a master chef? Ino, must be the chef, man, I've never eaten such delicious food. Faced with compliments from various girls, Sanji was a bit lost again. If it wasn't for Yefeng's sake, he might have gone crazy again. However, Yefeng's performance at this time was mediocre. He is not a fool. Listen to this. I have to say that the women in the One Piece world have better figures than those in the Hokage world. A group of people are interested. So what does Master Yefeng like to eat? Kakozu, then how can I eat it? Big Wolf, can you do it? Little Sakura, Grandpa. Are you going to find a primitive person to come? So let Nami rub on him. After all, Yefeng made the matter so suspenseful that they also wanted to test it. Kakozu, why do you talk more and more suspenseful? Yefeng naturally never turns away anyone who comes. They all looked suspicious. Yefeng smiled slightly and put down his cup of tea. It's hard to explain in a nutshell, if you really want to say it. If a lone gourmet eats all Chinese food, one street can make 673 eat it for a year. The key is to use very little, revealing 90% of the key points. Yefeng, what nonsense are you talking about? The patriarch I invited is a divine figure. Just with his cooking skills, it is not a problem to beat the chefs of 100 pirates. Little Sakura, who the hell? I'm looking forward to it. Naruto, what? Patriarch. Do you need the patriarch to cook a meal? Sanji put down his spoon with some disappointment. That Chinese food, what kind of food is it? Looking at the table, Yefeng smiled slightly. Since everyone wants to try it, then I will find someone to come and bring the patriarch. Deidara, hey Yefeng, what you said is too exaggerated, right? Don't bully me for not reading enough. Yefeng, in a way, it is indeed similar to ninjutsu. It's not to my liking, because I don't really like Western food. No way, my cuisine is famous in the sea, so I can't impress you. They obviously don't know what Chinese food is at all. His face was calm and he did not show the slightest surprise at eating delicious food. Hey, Master Yefeng, what's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Chinese food. Big wolf, I'll do a little, but it shouldn't satisfy your appetite. Hashirama, so fierce? Is it true? Naruto, damn it. It's so awkward. Do you still use ninjutsu in the kitchen? One by one, they are all Tsunade level nukes. Nima, the girl came over and posted it backwards, but she still refused. Everyone at the table put down their spoons in unison. The waist is still thin. Nami got entangled like a water snake. Yefeng smiled slightly. The patriarch of the culinary world I am talking about is a legendary chef, the youngest super chef in history, who has the ability to become an imperial dining room to cook for the emperor. His mother is a restaurant. The person handling the spoon under Juxia is Master Abai, known as one of the fairies, and his father is the fourth divine level chef in China, Malu, a close disciple of Mr. Wang Yuxian, one of the Sichuan four big chefs. What does this mean? Not only does dad can fight, mom can fight. It can be said that he was born with a gold key with 18K pure gold and diamonds, and the blood is pure and kill everyone. Naruto, FK? Is this so awesome? Little Sakura, this is the one. With such a good pedigree, he's a top chef. A group of Xiaoqiang was shocked. As a person in the world of the Hokage, they understand the importance of bloodlines better than anyone. They also eat 3 meals a day, grow 1 head and 2 legs, but some people are ridiculously strong, and some people are the tail of the 10,000-year crane. Uchiha Sasuke and Aoi are great examples. Who is Aoi tree? Without even blood, who cares who it is? Yefeng smiled slightly. The patriarch was the first person to use magic power in the kitchen, such as adding lasers to the kitchen, adding dragons, Kylin, and phoenixes to the kitchen. For example, let customers have hallucinations after eating, detoxify food, use sunlight to fry rice, light the Yangtze River to grill fish, cook qigong. It can be said that the culinary creativity of the master ancestor beat other chefs by hundreds of streets. Like a pirate, the chef of the world is not worthy to wear his shoes. Before Yefeng finished his introduction, the people on the scene were confused. This Nima. Is this really a chef? That patriarch, isn't he really a master of illusion or ninjutsu? He's a pretend chef. There was a deathly silence on the scene. You must know that Yefeng usually doesn't brag to others, but if he does, the other party is definitely an amazing person. Just like Big Wolf last time. There will be hundreds of techniques, capable of writing and martial arts. They can go up the hall and down the kitchen. They are the best nutrition teachers and cutting-edge scientists. 1 second you were catching sheep in the prairie, and the next second you were putting on a white coat and building an aircraft carrier with your own 2 hands. Conan, the Shinigami elementary student last time, knew over 600 ways to kill. With a needle and a bottle of poison, he completely ignored Danzo. Now Yefeng is even afraid that his Shinigami buff will take effect, so he hasn't allowed Conan to perform with them. Otherwise, before the enemy is defeated, someone on your team will die first. And this time, Naruto, Yefeng. Don't scare me. How can there be such an idiot chef? This is already better than the Hokage. Little Sakura, yeah. What else do lasers create hallucinations? Isn't this really Sherry Non? Although she hasn't reached Tsunade's level yet, but after another 2 years, her body and Konan will definitely be on par. May I? May I have it today? Most people do not believe in the existence of the patriarch. It is because the food is rich in nutrition, so that place rises. Then go home at night and lie on the bed and eat secretly. Naruto, I guess why don't we go back to Konoha and let the ancestor out? This guy named Sanji seems to have a bad intention. Grandpa's kitchen. Grandpa Madara, ah. But before leaving the Forbidden City, Xiaodang was stunned for a moment, because a large black hole suddenly opened up in the sky not far away. You enthusiast. Naruto, Master Madara, we are talking about cooking now, can you cook? All of you, order your appearance. I will go find the patriarch, the kings, right now. When the patriarch arrives, we will give him a warm applause and make him feel that we are a formal organization. Understand? Grandpa Madara, humph, do you want to compare with me? Don't speak until you mention your strength today. He covered his heart on the spot and was short of breath. After cooking for the Fat Emperor and dismantling Manager Long's conspiracy, they took over the reformed Fei and embarked on a journey to find 8 legendary kitchen utensils. Everyone, got it? Where has Xiaodang seen such a scene? A group of Xiaodangjia just had a kitchen duel in the Imperial City. Finished. I usually eat out with little Sakura and the others, and they are hardly ever crowded. Yefen directly opened a black hole and intervened. Little Sakura, that's right. Just add chakra and everything will be explained. Yefen patted Hinata on the head, then looked at the crowd. Senju Tobirama, if you add chakra to the kitchen, it won't be a problem to shine, and it won't be a problem to cure the disease. The whole person panicked and couldn't commit a crime. Hinata averted her eyes and asked sheepishly. Only Hinata, a foodie hiding in Konoha village. 10 faces looked at Yefen expectantly. Is there really such a good chef? So I can't try his craft today. Deidara, hey, why does everyone believe it now? Maybe there's such a powerful chef? Are they already strong at the cage level? Kakuzu, hey Yefen, don't be so exaggerated. What kind of food is used for detoxification and how to use it? If you cook rice with sunlight, you should make up for it a bit. Can you still be called a chef if you can do this? This level, it should be at the level of Lord Madara and First Hokage. Hashirama, ha Madara, don't be so arrogant with your attitude now, or wait for that chef named Patriarch to come later and not let you eat. At the same time, the world of China's little masters is surprised in the north, outside the Forbidden City. She has a big appetite, but because of her face, she is too embarrassed to say. Hinata's stomach is hungry again, and now her mouth is full of saliva, gently shaking the corner of Yefeng's clothes. Master Yefeng, why don't you quickly find this patriarch, otherwise the dishes in the table will be ruined. It's cold. A group of people at the scene were arguing. Sanji, if there is such a powerful chef, I really want to learn from him, because this way I can create more beautiful ladies. What's the matter, little master? Ren saw that the young master's face was not right, and immediately stepped forward to support him and asked. Hey, this little head guy should repent. Just now, the emperor asked him to be the chef of Yushantang, but this guy really refused. I really don't know what's going through his head. Master Xie, the steel rod, was looking at the young master with a toothpick in his mouth. Everyone. You, look at the sky. The little boss pointed his finger at the sky in horror. A group of people looked up one after another. Immediately, Ren, Master Xie, Dudu, Shiro, and Afe were dumbstruck. This is... The toothpick from Master Xie's mouth fell out, and the expression on his face froze. Not only him, but even Ren and Afe, who have always been motionless and always have only one expression, were shocked. The painting style on their faces has changed. How did the sky break? There's a man. There's a man standing in the sky. A group of people in a panic. They are all normal chefs, even if they can use magic, it is only limited to cooking. At most, it is to illuminate the Yangtze River and use the temperature of the sun to cook rice. Such a thing as a person standing in the sky is simply unheard of. Hard, is it a fairy? Shiro couldn't bear 793 on the spot. Just kneel down and worship. Dudu also followed Shiro, and Riki knelt before the template. You two wait a minute. That person doesn't seem to be a fairy, he walked towards us. As expected of a person who dared to challenge the emperor, even though he was small, his courage was not inferior to others. What should I do, master? I feel so scared. Dudu pulled Xiaodangjia's clothes, his face was a little pale. It's not a fairy, is it a ghost? It could be a man-eating monster. Because the world of Xiaodangjia was in the Qing dynasty, and it still belonged to the feudal society, with uncivilized thinking. Monsters and ghosts are just scary to death. Not much. To the horrified eyes of a group of people. Yefeng slowly descended from the sky. The faces of a group of people turned pale with fear. Dudu almost lost control on the spot. Hey, how's everyone? Yefeng greeted them calmly. The legendary patriarch of the culinary world, the man named after instant noodles, is standing in front of him right now. You, who are you? Are you a fairy? Shiro asked shakily. Yefeng smiled slightly, not a god, but not much different. So what do you want us to do? Ren also asked nervously. It's not a big deal, I mainly want to try your craft. Yefeng patiently explained the knowledge about Hokage pirate world and multi-aircraft to various people. I heard that a group of people have 3 broken views. Here. There are people from other worlds. There really are gods in this world. My god, the gods have descended? It's crazy. A group of people in Xiaodangjia were excited. Because in his thinking, Yefeng is a god. What should I do, little master? The gods let us go to heaven to cook, something will happen. The little master smiled slightly, okay Dudu, since we are chosen by the gods, only good things should happen. Yefeng, then, since the decision is made, come with me, everyone can't wait. After speaking, Yefeng casually took it out and took out a huge black cavity in the air. He then leads a group of people from the little master to the world of pirates. A pirate world. At Whitebeard's praise, a group of people boarded the USS Moby Dick and sailed away from the naval headquarters. After all, your mission is complete. Next, the naval headquarters will be besieged by pirates from all over the world. This kind of chaotic scene is not suitable for eating. Deck. A huge black cavity appeared. Yefeng led a group of people and calmly walked out. Hey. They're back. After hearing Naruto's aged voice, all the people on the Japanese ship ran out. There are hundreds of people. Come on. Read to me. With a big wave of Naruto's hand, a group of people bowed down to greet. All members of the Xiao organization, send your regards to the patriarch. Seeing this battle, not only Yefeng, but also Shiro and Dudu were shocked. What is the situation? Isn't this where the gods live? Did the gods really get down to greet their mortals? The little master couldn't get closer, showing a harmless smile on his face. Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Moxing, you can call me Little Master. The people here are my partners, Dudu, Shiro, Master Xie, Ren, and Afei. Please teach me a lot. Seeing the young master so sunny, cheerful, and polite, the group of people felt a warm feeling in their hearts. Naruto, look. What's a gap? This is called a gap. When I find them pirates, there's no way to compare. You're sunny and polite, there's no air at all. Hello, little boss. Nami, oh, what a cute little brother. Welcome back. Kakuzu, shit, this is the patriarch Yefen mentioned. He's too young. Hinata, Huan, welcome patriarch. You're welcome. All the members welcomed Xiaodangjia's arrival. After all, she greeted everyone sincerely and modestly when she arrived, without putting on airs at all. Such a lowly person is simply too rare, and it can be said that she has gone extinct. Ahem, look, Dudu, they are very excited. The little boss turned around and looked at the crowd with a smile. Dudu put his hand on the Xiong's mouth and let out a long sigh. Oh. I was scared to death, and I thought something would happen. It seems that these artifacts don't seem to be bad. Naruto leaned forward happily. Young master. I heard from Yefeng that you are the ancestor of the culinary world, can you let us see it? Little Sakura also came over happily. Yeah. I want to eat your cooking. Ino, oh you too, don't be so rude, little master is the patriarch, you have to respect him, that. Mr. Little Master, can you show us your hands? Looking through the crowd, Xiaodangjia smiled brightly again, haha, no matter what, cooking is something that brings people happiness. As long as everyone needs my kitchen, I will do my best. Naruto, look, what is magnanimity? This is justice. Nami, hey Sanji, learn from others. Look how great the young chef is. How is he like you? Cooking is only for the purpose of dating beautiful girls. Hashirama, that's right. I haven't seen any chef who still smokes. Aren't you afraid of the smell of smoke between the dishes? Whitebeard, Gurururur Sanji kid, you really should learn it. Hilua girls and boys will find more chapters of this novel on Patreon, link in the video description. End of chapter 210.